Good morning. Okay, I think we're good. Let me just get the screen ready. Make sure everyone can see. We are hitting a pretty big spot here, so just be aware of that. Yeah, sorry I didn't get a chance to look at that one for you yesterday. Carbon trades. I noticed Apple's holding that 225 too, and also, where's my template on Apple? I feel like it just stalled right now between like that 229, 230, so I still think this one could get to that 234. Yes, that's the plan. I did swing this one last night. Idea was that this could get back to 109, 114 area, and then from there there's some odds that they could keep pushing range to like 133, 135. I do think it has to get back over this 109 to 110. I'm just going to set some alerts for 110, and I think it hit some overnight highs of like morning highs of like 120, so we'll just set some alerts on that, and I'll come back to that one there. Okay, yes. So when everyone's ready, we'll kind of look at. Yeah, oh, I feel like most of these, like they're gonna, this one looked like it was flagging, I'm pretty sure, right? Like off the 3-day, 4-day, because it stayed in an inside bar and then flipped over today on multiple frames. So it had pretty good odds of getting a break. You could probably keep using, I think Meta had a 14 or 16 day, I don't remember, but this one was already set up from a while ago. I don't remember what it was though. We looked at it a while back. Maybe it was further out. Or like just under a month or something. Let me see if I can find it for you. Oh, you could just track that. It might have been just under or just over a month. Like these ones were previous bars that like flipped over on their 7th and 8th candle. I don't know if you can see that, but it'll kind of be hard to tell. They're kind of on like these wider frames here. Maybe it was just under. I think it was like just over, just under 3 or 4 months. And we said that this could just basically run till end of year because it's on its 3rd bar. So maybe just kind of watch this one next year to see if it exhausts or expands. But for the most part, this one was kind of stuck in like a 4 or 5 day. It does have another flip tomorrow, so you could see continuation on that. What did you use for ranges on this though? On Meta? Because you could probably assume that most of these would probably be the same once it starts reaching around here. Like you probably just hit this point right here. Do you see that? Like I would imagine that you're basically just about hitting these points right here. I'd probably exclude the highs. wanted, you could use the midpoints. Seems like there's probably overhead at like 795 on that. Do you see that? That's probably what I would use on this, just because I don't know if you can see, if you like kind of match this up with these past range highs, do you see this? Or like this current structural low from like right here, you'll definitely see that there's overhead around like 800, 797. So the first area is going to be close to like 793, 795, but based on where they actually stalled, which is like the link of the top of this like mini bull flag here, that's when price action becomes more constructive, it seems like. So then do you see these holds right here? Here, here, here. That's what I would use on that. Okay, yes, let's get started with this one. So idea was from the report, everyone wants to, do you guys want to go over that, or are you guys pretty good? I guess we could maybe go over it. Do you guys want to go over the notes on this? Just real quick. Yes, no? Let me know, and then if you want to, like maybe someone else that wasn't quite sure. So idea from this week was, okay, downside range, it's going to be vital that they try to sustain that 639,499 area early on. This would have obviously been a little bit better for odds, because this would have automatically given us a retest of those highs, like 6458, 6468, and so on. We had wider downside range calculated around here, but it was better that that's assuming they had opened closer to here, but it would still be better if they had sustained a little bit higher. That implied that they could take it down to 6374, 7681. But if we don't sustain above the zone, which is like 6388, 6399, 6391, okay, it would be best to try to sustain upper core ranges. So ideally above like 81, 85, 87. We ended up hitting 63, 87, 50, I think, yesterday, and then coming back and holding off 91. And if you guys notice, the holds from last night were pretty good. So were the closing points. Do you guys notice where they kept closing us? 6396, 6399. That's not a coincidence that they kept taking price there, because those areas are super calculated. So that area sustained, so that was good. And this was another highlight from the report. While we could afford risk back to 9699, it would be best that they test upside first at 2933. We did. So before they brought us down yesterday, did you notice how they tested 29 and 32 first and then took us down? That's the only reason we sustained. Had they not done that, we probably would have triggered the 70s. Does that make sense? That's where it kind of like offsets the risk of like failing the zone, basically, because you test at the top of the zone, so you're basically testing both sides. You test bottom, you test top. We'll go over that in a sec. This is implying that they're going to give those 50s and 60s during CPI. Probably not, maybe not core areas. So I would think that we might get the range today of like this area here, but that definitely implies volatility. So we need to be very, very cautious in these 50s and 60s. Although we do have some odds of getting to like 64, 88, and 90, we still have to be very careful. So, okay, let's take a look back here. So currently they've already broken, I believe, off opening range. So today they opened around 64.23, I think, 64.2375. That's not a coincidence. Like the way that they open this, they made it so that it's aligned with that 5.758 retest. You guys see this? So a 5.758 retest is right around that 34 point range from today's real-time open, and also from like weekly session opening ranges is aligned with like 5.6. Like this is where it could be a little bit of a battle because they open the week around 2.2, 2.225. So 5.6 to 5.7, 5.8 area could be a pretty heavy overhead today. Another reason why that could be the case is it's also 66 points from today's lows. Do you see this? So there's a lot of confluence here with where they opened today's session and where they opened the week and where they triggered lows. Okay. Yesterday's lows, which was the bottom of the zone right here, could imply maybe some stalls around like 5.350, 5.5. So I just want you guys to see that there's a lot of confluence in these 50s here. Okay. Off opening range and low ranges. From the actual session open and close, which I think, pretty sure it was 9.650. Yeah, it was. It was exactly at our 9.6 level, guys, where they closed us. That's actually insane because that was our calculated support spot. So 9.6 holds here would be on these closing points. Do you see how that could give us some odds of getting into the means, like upper means? Like, so I think the report is 100% accurate because like these areas here, do you see how they're more aligned with this area here? So hold on. This is a huge highlight, I think, from the report, and we can see it. So it basically means that they might take down like they might not trigger that 6.8 spot. And the means usually implies what? So this is off that. What does the means usually imply? I just wanted to show you guys so that you can kind of see this here. What is the means? Yeah, usually volatility. So we are going to be a bit cautious for that. I also noticed off of this break this morning, that was the 44-point break, you guys, off the close. This right here for CPI, those highs, that was the 44-point break. So I did want us to make sure that we're also still paying attention to the 44-point ranges. I just want to make sure everyone is on the same page though. So you can kind of see like from low ranges, this area triggered 44-point ranges. From the real-time low ranges, we're basically stalling 44-point ranges here. Do you see this? So we still are working with those 44-point offsets. That's where we're currently stalling, which is around 5.1, 5.2 off the lows. We also held 64.08. This was a pretty insane hold that they actually held above that neutral zone. This was a really good spot for entry this morning. And then off of today's actual open, I just want to show you guys the confluence. So off of weekly open, there's some alignment at 6.6. Do you guys see that? I'm just showing you all the ratios that we're working with so you can see how they all align to the same sort of spot. So, and 44 is very active in real time. So, and I'm showing you how it's active in real time. Do you see this? This is off real-time lows. This is off session close. You can kind of see the overhead here. So there was a lot of overhead around this area here. And off of real-time open, where did we open real-time? I said 642375. Okay, off of real-time open, that gives a lot of confluence around 64, 67.75. Hence that being my max range for the session. And it's crazy that that aligns exactly with the report from Sunday for CPI today. So do you guys see how there could be some risk based on where they actually took it to from the session close, okay, to this break here? Are you guys looking for CPI when they stalled? They did take out 45.5. So we could utilize this to maybe say that this could imply that they might give like a tiny break. If they did, like wick it or something, like they might, you know how sometimes they wick highs? That would be the wick, like close to 69, 69.25. Does that make sense? This is on that kind of scenario. Same with this range here. So you can kind of see that there's a lot of odds around like 5.4, 5.5. So which area looks the heaviest to you guys? Which area seems extremely heavy? Because these are the ranges that we're going to work with today. Which area seems extremely heavy? So this currently would be the 44-point break from these real-time lows. And we had some odds right now. Yes, especially I would say the 5.4 to 5.7 area is super heavy. There's a single stick through that 44-point break. This is 44 points off real-time lows right here. Exactly 6452.50. We had some odds for just before 12. Do you guys think breaking a 44-point range just before 12 would be ideal? What do you guys think? I didn't give you guys the expansion scenarios yet because I don't want to get like carried away. But this is like the 88-point break, right? 66-point break off real-time lows. 7.4. This is the only way that, like, if they break early enough and we have odds, this is the only way that they could start maybe triggering some core ranges, okay, is if they did something like this off real-time lows, off weekly open. Do you see what I'm saying? There's some odds of getting into the zone. I didn't want to give you guys these scenarios because sometimes people get overly excited and then start thinking we're just going to ramp. I want to show you guys the confluence here. So it's not that we don't have odds of getting to these ranges. Like they definitely could, especially if they start pushing like 88 points. Do you see this? 88 points from the actual open, close. 88 points from the lows is 7.8, 7.7. From the 9.1 area, it's close to like, I believe 7.9. So those core ranges could still be applicable. It's just that there could be a lot of overhead in the 50s and 60s, okay? Do you see how we still have odds though of getting into the zone based on these metrics here? From like a full range perspective from like weekly lows. That would obviously be a 100-point break. 107-point break would be like close to like 9.4, 9.5, which is also the 88-point break, I believe, from real-time lows. Yeah, it is. So there's a lot of confluence around 9.4, 9.6 this week, you guys. Just maybe write that down. That's the 88-point break off real-time lows today and 107-point break off weekly lows. I just want to show you. This is off 8.7. Okay. What would our max ranges be, you think? 128 points would be the 64.15 area. What do you guys think? 132 is close to 65.20. Do you see the confluence there? So it's not that we still open at a core spot, right? What's the ranges from the report? What are the ranges? We still had odds for 6488, 6500, 6510, 6520, right? This is still applicable. So ranges calculated this week seem very close to 6496 area. 6520 area to 6516, 6520 area. So I would say like bull neutral area has a lot of confluence this week. That seems like the most likely if they end up like clearing these ranges. Off of those closing price points, you can kind of see like this 107 point break would be exactly that 6405 spot. 64, not 6404, sorry, 6504 area is aligned with the 6396, 6396.50 open close. It's crazy because those were our calculated spots, weren't they? 96 and that 6504. Go back and read last week's report. But this is just how you can see them coming into play. And these could still get us like the 65, 24, 25 and top of the zone. So this is why I don't think that they could break above 65.33, which was the max range for the week. But do you see it? Because that's off open close. And I'll obviously give you guys better pictures and stuff like when I'm not streaming and trading, but like basically like this. Okay. From these ranges here, we already have decent odds of taking out this area here. But if they gave us like a full range break, that's how we could trigger. You see those areas like 07, do you see that? 03, 65.24. So what is this implying to you guys? 6528. The way that I see this is that basically they could take it to the zone, but they could also struggle a little bit in the zone. Do you see what I'm saying? From like these ranges here. And that's off like these open close ratios from here, like you can kind of see, right? They might stall like the bull zone or something. This is off like lows here. Or they might stall getting into that zone, maybe like around a neutral spot. Does that make sense? Like close to like 64.15. Yeah, I saw that. 120K on Bitcoin. Talked about that yesterday. Whereas like from like the actual weekly opening ranges, do you see how the 50s could be in play? I don't think that this would be for this week, but do you see that? So that's why I don't think that this is entirely out of the question, like with these ranges here, okay, from like the actual opening range breaks, like from here. Do you see what I'm saying? Those are from the report, by the way. Let me know if you understand this. That's how you could get those bigger targets for like means to means, or like this. And you guys already know why those areas are super calculated, so I'm not going to talk about them again. But you get the idea. 65.50s and 65.60s are what? Don't get this wrong. What are those areas? Those are huge spots. What are those areas there? Do not get this wrong. Like whatever you do, do not get this wrong. Because we talked about the 65.60s and 50s for I think 4 hours. What's that area? Yeah, those are annual ranges, okay? That's a huge, huge spot, which means there could be a massive wall at 65, 32, 34. And based on this week's ranges, do you see how they might intentionally stall 65, 30, 65, 28, 65, 29? They might do that because they know the increments there are huge, okay? This is the annual range, okay? It's an annual range. Is that our quarterly target? Okay. Do we have some odds to test that area this week? Based on what we discussed last month, like 2-3 weeks ago. Did we have some odds to test this area this week? Especially off weekly open, which I just showed you guys. Technically off where we open this week, we technically have odds. Okay. What are the odds? What do we have to do? What do we have to do to get that? Hi. What do you guys think? Trying to prepare you guys for massive range. Annual ranges, it's basically, well, exactly what it means, an annual range. Like it's like 1,380 points, basically. 1,400 points. It's in the report though, and I explained it too. Like it's literally typed in there, annual range, and I put in brackets what it is. Just have to read sometimes. See how much they're stalling this range here? So come on, let's hear some conditions. What would the conditions have to be for us to trigger that area this week? Tell me. I want to see what you guys think. This is a really good prep, I think, because that's 100 more points from here, okay? It's Tuesday. We had CPI today, we have PPI tomorrow. What would we have to do? Give me details. Give me 4 conditions, at least, before midweek, or 3 conditions before midweek. So that's before tomorrow afternoon. Give me 3 conditions that you'd have to do. Give me one where you'd have to sustain, one where you'd have to break, one where you'd have to close. You need a sustainment, retracement, closing condition. Like you have to have at least 3 conditions. And you have to have a deadline by when. So I'll give you guys the deadline. I'll give you guys a head start. So your deadline is by tomorrow midweek, okay? To put you at an odd to get 65.50s, 65.60s as early as this week. What would your conditions have to be that you have to meet before then? Specifically on the 12th and 13th, because the 12th and 13th are huge days, right? They're calculated time frames for the year, and they are calculated for annual ranges to occur as early as the 12th and 13th. We talked about this a lot. Why are these areas so calculated? So break 6-4, 6-8 first. Sustain 64. Yeah, I think sustaining above the channel would definitely be a condition. Like once we exit this area here, if we want to keep going, do we really want to get back into the channel? Think about it. If they break us up today to here, okay, let's say they break us up to here, do we really want to come back to this box right here if we're trying to get back to here? And potentially, I don't even have ranges up here yet, but like up here. What do you guys think? Probably not, right? You'd have to sweep the channel and not look back. So I think that's a really good condition, that you'd have to sustain above the means to get to the means. So mean sustainment, I would say, is definitely accurate. So even if they stalled here and brought it back down, I think that's still okay. Maybe like upper means though this time might be better, like 5-6, 5-7. Does that make sense? Like hold the 5-6, 5-7 area this time instead of like 5-2, 5. Like, because we're trying to think of like mass expansion ranges, right? So to do that, you have to have like higher sustainment usually. So, because then this would give us an odd, and maybe you'd have to test 6-8 first for that to even be an odd. So like maybe you'd have to break to 70, 71, something like that. And this would be relative to either holding 5-7 or maybe, 6-6 or something like that. And then from there you can start breaking core ranges. Do you think you'd have to enter the zone before then? Like, I would say yes. Like, you probably would have to enter the zone. I don't think you'd have to fully expand in the zone. You could save the 13th and 14th for that, but you definitely would have to at least enter the zone, I think, by then, right? And then from there, test these ranges here. There's a lot of confluence around here, right? Even if they want to come back and back test, maybe hold the 9-6-05 area and then come back and test this range here. Even if they stalled a bit, maybe you start building base support around here, 15, 19, 20. You guys just saw how calculated those spots were. And then maybe that could give them enough momentum to break that wall, right? Do you see what I'm saying? And that's what maybe it could get you, like some, maybe they take it to the channel end of week and nest it there. And do we want to try giving at least one day for channel to nest? So think about it this way. I know this isn't the right time frame, but like let's pretend this is the 14th or something, okay? Would that be more ideal if they did something like that? Do you want at least one day where you could have digestive action in the channel? Like this is assuming that they bring it to this range here this week, let's say. Yeah, you probably want at least one day in the channel, right? For these ranges to be met. Like assuming that they meet them this week. We don't have to meet these ranges this week either. This is just a expansion scenario because we did have odds for the 13th to trigger this range. Could PPI give us that odd potentially, like in terms of like an up test? Obviously it can, right? And these would also be like massive breaks from basically the channel hold, right? So like this right here is still a huge break from last week's. I know this is so messy and I'm sorry, but I need a blank template to show you guys this on. Hold on, I think I have one. I think this one might be blank. Yes, it is. I don't know if I have. Oh, this one is just zones. This is so much. This is so clean though. Like, look how clean this chart is. So basically, you'd be looking at holding this zone and getting to this zone. This is actually a nice chart. Okay, let me destroy this chart real quick. Hold on. If let's just put this box right here. Okay, this is the channel, right? And you see how they're kind of stalling top of the channel right here. This is the channel. I just want to show you guys from last week because last week they held the bottom of the channel. Okay, and then I wanted, yeah, like, you know what's funny too is like someone's like, I always used to get comments like that. Well, of course you're gonna get it to the penny if you have 1,000 levels on your chart, but like, I don't think people realize why I have so many levels on my chart because there's daily calculations, but like technically I don't really need any levels on my chart. I could trade with a blank chart because I already assigned movement and ranges off each area that I have memorized. Do you know what I mean? So like really I don't actually need levels on here, but to calculate stuff you do, because if you're timing it by the minute and price, then obviously you have to have conditions set. Okay, so let's see. Let's assume that they did something like this. Okay, let's assume that they I just want to show you from this kind of range here. Let me take this off. Let's look at it on like a 15-minute frame or something. So from last week, you see how they held the channel down here? This is last week on Friday, and then they pushed it. What area did we get stuck in a lot last week? You can even see it just based on this. Which area did they struggle a lot with last week? Hence they stalled the zone, right? Because we struggled to get above 64, 24, 26, 30 last week, correct? Which area did they struggle in and nest the most? They had some odds back here on Monday when they like immediately held the bottom of the channel, held this channel down here, which I should have put, but just so you guys can see. So like this was another channel hold right here and means hold. Okay, this is where they held the means. This was the 4-1 hold right here. Yeah, so the channel's definitely been an area that, like, especially after stalling the means, right? They've been bringing it back to a channel. Here they cleared the channel, which was good, and then kind of stalled core ranges, right? Then they brought it back to the zone, held neutral spots, stalled the channel a little bit, stalled the zone. So you can see there's a lot of zone stalls and channel digestive spots. So I would say like this time around, if they, and we actually have an advantage right now. What's the advantage here? Because technically they did stall the top of the zone yesterday. So they held the bottom of the channel on Thursday and they did a retest of this 2-6 and we were able to get to the top of the zone yesterday, but then stalled. What did they do different this time? Where did they hold this time? They held the bottom of the zone, right? Like to the exact penny too, which is really good because this is now giving us like pretty good odds that they could clear this area. This should be red. Okay, right? They held 8-8, 8-7, even though they stalled 3-2. So bottom of the zone is around here. Even though they stalled 3-2, they held here. So this was a very good hold yesterday. We got an exact channel hold on August 7th, which was a calculated flip. August 7th is linked to what day? What day is August 7th linked to? 6th and 7th were calculated midpoints. Midpoints for what days? Today and tomorrow, right? So this hold right here could imply that you could do what? Based on them holding exact bottom, stalling exact top, holding exact bottom, what could you do from here? You could clear the top of the channel, right? I would say there's pretty good odds of that. Which area do we not want to get stuck in right now that we got stuck in the previous time in this range? And you can see it right here. There was a bit of a battle. Even right here. Which area do you think they got stuck down here too? The means, right? 60s, 70s, like 68, 71. So what would be the condition you think that they'd have to meet to give this an odd of actually getting like mass expansion ranges? And by mass expansion ranges, I'm talking about those bigger breaks that we just mentioned. So assuming they hold this channel down here and they break this area here, what kind of breaks would we have to get all the way to here at least? You'd have to sweep the means. Exactly. Right? Like, so what does that mean? What does that translate to like someone that's new here or doesn't really fully grasp that? What would you have to do? So, did we sweep the channel, you guys think? Does this look like a channel sweep to you guys? I would say yes. Like on a 30-minute, these are all green sticks through the channel, right? And even though they took it to the channel pre-market, they still were below the zone. Do you see this? 3-2, 3-2. As soon as they actually had a closing stick above 3-2, 3-3, they swept it. So I would say that this is a channel sweep. Maybe write this down. This is a channel sweep here. Channel sweep on the 30-minute. As soon as they closed above 3-2. Because sometimes you need more than just to break above. You have to close above, right? So even though they broke above earlier, they weren't closing above. Okay, have we closed above the means so far in top of the channel here? We have. They've already closed above 5-2, 5-3, which is the entry into the means. Okay, do we have an odd of sweeping the channel here, you think? What do you guys think? We do, right? When would they have to try? And I'm just using the 30-minute as an example just because it's kind of easier to track, but we have some nice flags that formed, like the 50-minute, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the fourth bar. There's a lot of really nice flags that formed today. Even like this off these lows from this morning. What would we have to do? And I already know it's going to be around mid-session, but this is also nice on the hourly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably mid-session, right? You'd want to see like a big stick through where? And you can already see all these nice flags. This 64 minutes really nice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, there's a lot of upcoming odds right here too. Most of these run through mid-session, so they're really nice, and they're the fourth bar, which is really good alignment with my strategies, right? That they would hit fourth bar in the means. I'm just gonna give you guys these. Yeah, I would say just after 1, like 1:15, 1:30. 69 minutes actually really nice too. There's some odds coming up right here. What do you have to trigger? Quickly, 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 because we're already triggering them. What would be the spots that you'd have to trigger here? I'm just sending you guys the time frames that I really like. These are all super nice time frames that we can track. And someone wants to be responsible for tracking these this afternoon. Yeah, 55, 57. That would be the first condition. Perfect. Okay. Do we have to trigger 6, 6, 5, 6, 6, 6, 7, 6, 8 just yet? You think? No, not yet. I think we're still good on that. We still have time. Okay. Do we have odds as early as 12:24, 12:30 though to trigger 5, 7? 5, 6? Yes, we do. Okay, so odds right now, guys, for that 65, 64, 55, 56, 57 retest. Don't forget that these were the ranges off of open and lows. This would be a 66-point break off weekly lows right here if they trigger this. Okay, they already broke this 5.3, 5.4. 68-point break would be 5.7, which is 34, 34. Off of today's lows at 9.1. We're basically stalling 64 points right here. So lots and lots of confluence around this range. This is also, I believe, the 34-point break or 33-point break from today's real-time open in this area here. So there's lots of odds and confluence around these areas. I didn't really fully mark this because this isn't the template, but okay. So these were the earliest odds. They're not really the highest odds, but we still tested 5.4, 5.5. So that's still not bad because this is still from the weekly open, right? Because they open the week around here. So this is still a 32, 33-point break from weekly open. Odds weren't super high around this point in time either, right? Odds start to increase a little bit more closer to 1. That's when real pressure starts to get applied. Okay. Doesn't mean that you don't have an odd right here, but... So who wants to help track today? I do think today's going to be a durational session until close, which is why I bought tomorrow's expiration. Who was asking me what I... Were you trading on your own this morning? Yes, I was. I didn't hold overnight though. I just traded ES pre-CPI. I wanted to see if they'd hold that 9.6 area, 9.9. Do you see how these could give us duration till end of session, guys? Look. These ones here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like these could help us stay running until 3:30, 3:36. I would bet the 90, 91, 95, 96 minute probably are all just setting up too. So I'm not really going to track too much today. I feel like just very base breaks. I like the 88 minute a lot. That's easy to remember too because this is really clean actually on the 88 minute because this is linked until exactly 4 o'clock. And that 4 o'clock would be the fourth bar. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the flip. That's pretty insane. So this is durational till close. What does that mean? This is a durational till close trade. What does this mean? There's going to be a lot marked here, but it's just so we... Okay, sounds good. So I figured we probably have some on these ranges here that have yet to even flip. Probably like just under, yeah, see, this just flipped over. Like this could really help us this afternoon. I'm not going to track every single one of these, but they're probably just under, just over 2 hours. 12:27, so that's just before 12:30. And 104 is super clean because this is also linked down with that 9.2. This is 104 p.m. I just want to get to the point where here we go. Okay. These are the frames that have yet to even flip over. Can someone help me track these? 111 minute, 112 minute. These are super clean setups. And these are the ones that likely imply the... I'm going to mark these in yellow so I know. These are the ones that likely imply the wider ranges, so the better odds, probably closer to like 12:30. What time is it right now? 12:30, 12:40. They're probably going to move in 10-minute intervals. What time did we trigger those overnight lows? 7:50. And I'm guessing that's probably going to be just over 2 hours, which I do want to see. We'll keep track of the 83-minute. Someone track this. And we'll keep track of the ones that are just over 2.5 hours. I think probably this one here. So like around 122. This is where we'd have to be very mindful. Is around like 120, 122. And let's just see now which bars have yet to, like, wider ranges. I would imagine it's probably off like a 7-8 hours. So this is 7 hour. How many, there's 480 minutes in 8 hours. So I would say 420 for 7. So probably like 410 or so. Yes. Okay. This is probably a very calculated time of day here in correlation with lows. So let's just mark this in like a different color so we know, like, this is how we'll figure out if we're going to still get range expansions on the session today. Close to this 122 period here. Okay, this right here. And around like 245, 250. Those are going to be some very important times of day that could keep us in play for the entire duration of the session today. And I think a lot of these are going to be based on conditional spots being met. So like 5-7 being triggered at 12:30. 12:30. Can someone document that? Because 12:30 was the first bigger flip that we just said. And they did trigger 5-7, 5-6 here. This is the first condition. I marked the 1240 in yellow too because that seemed to be important. So these ones I marked in yellow are a little bit more important for specific price points to trigger, okay? I'll just keep this template for coming back and using these. MSOS, I don't know if you saw this one, Alexis, but they brought it right back to that 505, 510 area. Tilray's kind of just stuck, but this one got some decent breaks. Crypto broke 120. These were the areas that we marked here, so you can see there's a lot of overhead in this little box range here. I'd say we can afford this risk being stuck in here. So, okay, let's make some conditions. We could probably afford risk being stuck in this area here between 5.5, 5.7, 5.8, but probably not any later than like this 117, 120 period, okay? Because this would be the earliest odd that they can likely trigger the 60s. Does that make sense? Like the 6.4, 6.6 retest, basically. Because if they want to sweep the means, that means you'd have to get like a full break of this area here, right? We probably have until here to do so, like that 245, 248. This is a core flip, guys, so that's probably the earliest that they might be able to trigger core ranges at the 68, 69, 70 spot. This is going to be the area that's going to determine just how much range we'll get for the remainder of the session. Everyone's on board. That's the first 5750 break here at 12:35. This was the earliest window of triggering 57, 58, 59 between 12:30 and 12:40. The most ideal window too, because these are core flips. What is everyone trading today? What did you guys trade? How did you guys trade this move? Yeah, exactly right at 8.8. That is pretty lucky. You just learned about candlesticks? Well, that's good. That's a head start. I traded some SPY contracts on my sister's account off that 2-2 earlier. I probably could have got it here, but I was a little late. And then in my account, I kind of rolled till tomorrow off that 3-2, 3-3 break right here. I traded ES last night off the zone hold over 9.6 back here this morning. The zone hold was really clean from yesterday. I wanted to buy here to hold overnight, but I didn't. I just didn't want to take that kind of risk. And I'm still swinging Tilray. Those are the only trades. I just told you. I didn't really have to do much. I bought in this range here and then rolled into tomorrow off 3-2, 3-3. Why aren't you sub to my channel, Dunks? It's literally free if you use Amazon Prime. I don't know. Oh, Stocky. Oh, Stocky. Yeah, Stocky's the best. If we already sold all, it's hard to find an entry now. I wouldn't say it's hard to find an entry. You could probably enter the means. I wouldn't do it for today's date though, because these could also end up being max ranges for the session if they don't sweep the means, right? Because now we're basically testing our odds to see how much range the market wants to give us for the second half of the week. I just figured that this area seemed best to roll, which I know is also risky, but like they closed above 3.2, 3.3 on that 30-minute mark in the channel, so I figured they'll probably keep it in the channel, right? I wasn't streaming right here though, but doesn't necessarily have to be max. It's just because you can always expand. But yes, it's an area that would trigger like volatility for the year, because you could basically rip another 1,400 points from there. Or at the least get like 350, 340 point moves. Vincy, like the best areas of entry today was definitely our 6408, 64, like this area here, right? And they kind of swept it quickly. So it was, I even struggled getting an entry at 08. Like I didn't get an entry for my sister till 21, 22 because they like took it up so fast. and I was a bit slow, like trading both accounts. Um, but I traded ES in my own account, like off the 9.6, and then I just basically rolled when they sustained here. But I would say because they swept the channel, it's a little bit hard. There was maybe an odd right here to enter at 4.4, like right there before that next half hour flip. Right here, do you see this? Right now though, I don't know, like 5.7, 5.6 is kind of tricky because you're also hitting like midpoint in the day. You could enter here, but I wouldn't do it for today's date. That would be kind of hard to hold because they could end up also being max ranges. I don't think they're going to be max ranges for today's date, to be honest, based on the structures that we have and the odds and where they opened, and where they held. But to be safe, it's still better to just maybe buy tomorrow or Friday or something. Well, testing 6408 wasn't bad though. That's still a good area to hold, right? Based on, I would say that this would have been bad only if they didn't test this ahead, right? So think about it from like the weekly conditions. So remember how we said, where is it? Well, we can afford risk back to this area here. Remember from the report? That was fine because they did test upside first. They actually broke the zone this time, and they tested 3.6, and they even gave us 4.1, 4.2. So you basically had odds of holding the line like in between, and they held pretty good above 06, 07, 08. Holding 12, 16 would have obviously been better, but that's the risk that you get. Like that back test is associated with like the 64, 33, 64, 36 break. Does that make sense? Which in theory is just a 33, 34 point hold. Do you see that? So they basically took it a little bit higher to help hold it higher. I would have been more concerned if they maybe broke beneath like 07, 06 here. That would have been bad. And this was also a 44 point break, remember? This area here. So you can see how that would have aligned with 06. Whereas if they push this back 44 points, then you're back to opening range. That's where it would have been a steeper pull. Does that make sense, Vinci? So they held exactly 33.5 points. So you're not wrong to say that this area was a little bit scary, because if they had taken it just a tiny bit lower, you're right. They could have pushed this right back to 9.6. When you're working with those types of ranges. Does that make sense, Vinci? Because this was a 44 point break off the session open and close. So that we talked about earlier, and they did close above it. So this close above helped you basically sustain above here. Do you see that? And give you that odd of coming back to retest that 34 point break right here, which is what they did right here. So I didn't enter off there either. I hesitated a little bit because I also got kind of scared that they were maybe going to push it back to like 9.6 or 9.9 or something. So I waited like 2-3 minutes until they retraced back over 2.1. And I entered, I think, at 10.03, 10.04. It's like one of these sticks here. But it does align with our report, technically. But, you know, I wouldn't regret that. I would say that why don't you just buy here in this box, because it's still a good point in time of the day. It's still early enough. And maybe buy Thursday or Friday's expiration instead of buying tomorrow, because you're buying here. I bought tomorrow because I rolled from here, right? So like, that's how I would play that if I had no entry right now. Oh, you had next Monday. Oh, well, maybe that can help you see why there was maybe more range, right? Because they broke 34 points here, right? So you would know that you'd at least get maybe a 44-point break, which is where they came back and struggled a little bit right here, like at 5.2, 5.3. And they've been moving with those kind of increments all day today, so do you see this? So now, Vinci, you could see that like off of like the actual real-time open today, I could say with confidence that 44 points is definitely the odds it's working with. Do you see what I'm saying? Like this is moving in 44-point intervals. Like I could tell based on where it's stalling, where it's holding. Like this is a 34-point hold. Okay, from the CPI candle, this was 40 points. From the actual, where is it? The actual lows or open. Where's the open close here? 9.6. This area here. That was the 44 points right here. Okay. Do you see that? And from these lows, do you see? There's some more overhead. We said that they broke it by like 2 points though, right? 45. So we figured they might give us like that kind of a range when they do break the second time, which is exactly what they did, right? Like, do you see that? From the lows? Like, so basically they're working with like 44 to 45.5. And I think 45.5 to 46.5 is what they did last time. So that makes sense. So let's see off the actual lows versus opening range is here, right? 2275. That's why they stalled there. Do you see that? Right here. That's why I'm saying you could enter there. Might be a little bit tricky, but the way that they're trading this, they definitely want to try getting this to 6668 based on what I'm seeing. And I could obviously be wrong, but I'm reading, that's how I'm reading this price action here based off these increments. So off of the actual open right here, do you see how I would say that they probably, if they can clear this area, especially during this point in time, they definitely want to try getting this to, so like there's a lot of overhead here. They definitely want to try getting this to this 6.8 spot off those intervals. Okay. And that's off of like the real-time open, like around here. 6.8, 6.9. There's actually odds to take it out based on, like if based on the range that they're working in, which is 45.5. Do you see how that could, that's why I was saying they might wick that, because whereas if they break 44 points, they might stall just beneath 6.8, right? Beneath that high. So it's, they basically formulated this today so that they're able to break this high by giving that extra, that's why they broke it right here like that and right here. And in theory, this would just be the, this is the 66-point break right here from the session, which is why it could be a lot of confluence there. This is also the 66-point break from like these lows right now, right? Like 63.91. That's the 34.34. 68 points. Do you see that? This is off lows. Okay. So the way you could think about it is them breaking this spot here, they're breaking 68 points off the session lows. Okay. That's a huge spot to break. And it's also our calculated area at 5.9. So if they can break 66 points, 68 points off session lows, they have pretty decent odds of breaking that off session close right here, which is 6.4. It's just a very big overhead. And then off session lows, like real-time session lows, how do I explain that? If they're able to break this area here off session lows, which is right here at 5.9. Okay, are you guys listening? This is a session low break right here, this area here, okay? If they're able to break this area here from real-time lows, it's implying that they can break to here. Does that make sense? Because they've already broken a session low point here. Let me know if that makes sense. And that's how you might be able to trigger this range here for the session. Kind of like that. I don't think that they'd be able to do ranges like this because that would give you a zone entry, right? Like to 90. I highly doubt that they would do this, but off where they actually opened us today, this is implying that they could get it to the zone by tomorrow. Do you see that, Vinci? Like this area here. That's off the actual session open for the week, and the real-time session open is implying that 64.80, 64.90. So those odds are not bad. They're pretty good. It's just you have to, I would say you'd have to really watch the area around 6667 on those 44-point ranges. And then off of today's real-time open, same thing, it's around 6.9. So even where they started the week is still giving us odds of 6.8, 6.9, 7.1 at the least. And then based on the wider ranges, you have odds of expanding, basically. I don't know if this helps. This was also done in time. They did reduce range though on that stick. Do you guys see that? This stick right here at 3.9 ahead of 40. They reduced range there. So, and it's not by much, but it's because they know they don't really have too much to work with right here. Do you see what I mean? Like that was a 5.9 reduction range right here. That's why they're stalling 5.925 here. Do you see this? This was the reduction off that 40 flip. And they have odds of breaking that right now at 12.53.54. Once you start looking at the market like this, you'll never look at it the same ever again. Like it'll never ever look the same ever again. All right, what do you guys think? You think that they break this this 5.925 wall right here at 5.3 ahead of the flip? So last time ahead of the flip, they broke us down 2.25 points. So this could imply that this time, if they want to negate this a little bit, they could try to break us up by 2.25 points. This could be like the implied move. If they keep us stuck around here, it's not the end of the world because, like I said, we still have until about here. This is where I'd start getting a little bit concerned though, okay? Is once it starts reaching close to 122, then I'd be concerned if they still were stuck in the 50s. So at this point, we definitely want to be in triggering 60s, but these are some of the early odds that they have. There it is. 64.59.75 break here. And a new high of day. That's perfect timing at 12.53. Ahead of 12.54. This was the earliest odd to break out of this channel range. They reduced odds by 2.25 points on that little increment. So this is good, and they closed above. So I would say condition there was definitely met. Maybe not full range, but at least they broke over that 5.925 spot. They could keep it tight in this area for a while. That's why I was saying, Vinci, like you could take a long here, but it might be hard to trade same day because they could keep it very back and forth. You know what I mean? I need to make my sister a lot of money today. But I played it safe for her and bought her tomorrow's expiration because I'm like, might just have to hold all the way through. I don't know. I don't like trading other people's money. No, she didn't. She didn't ask for anything. But a little bit of reduction here. Not much, but look at that stick break. That's a really good stick post 1254. There's the 6-1 test there. And they kept that odd in play because they still closed above ahead of 1254 at 1253. Can someone document the 5-5 stick, please? Because that's the exact kind of break we wanted to see during this interval here. On the break of 5-9, I wanted to try seeing 60s, at least 6-1. Because this is really going to help our odds a little bit. Did you buy, Vinci, for tomorrow or for Thursday? Yeah, she did. Don't forget that the mean still implies volatility, so I would still be like a bit cautious in these areas, obviously, just because these are also aligned with these session opening breaks. Okay, so let's not forget that. And market's been moving in 39, 38, 34 point intervals a lot lately. This was the 34 point break, by the way, off real-time open. Everything is basically setting up for that 6-6, 6-8 retest, but the earlier they can get us there, the better the odds of expanding today, okay? I'm just going to make coffee, guys, and get something smalty because I am hungry. They're kind of widespread, but we just basically have to slowly progress. It's more of this point in the day that becomes a little bit more crucial for specific price points to be met, okay? Alright, sorry about that, guys. It doesn't really look like I missed much. Honestly, this is about what I was expecting anyway during this period, as they probably just really start stalling these 5.7, 5.8, 5.9. I don't want to mark too much stuff on this chart though, because this one is the messier one, but let's just mark the 6.1. Okay. So far, honestly though, this is a pretty decent hold of 4.4. And then you can see a really good hold of the channel right here. Do you see this? Over 4.8, 4.9. Good hold of like the 5.4, 5.5. Structure will get better once they sustain wear. So take a look. 4.4 hold. Channel hold. 5.4, 5.5 hold. One will structure get a little bit better when they hold wear. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? Definitely the 5.7, 5.8, 5.9 spot. Once they start basing off there, that's when we'll have better odds. And those odds are getting super close. Like, this is a very important time of day at 1:22 p.m. Do you do any entries, Vinci, off this 5.5 hold right here? I kind of drew a little box in between these ranges, between like 5.7, 5.8. This is probably not a bad area. And I did it off the 34-point break right here. Because now this gives very good odds of like, I feel like they just have to break about 5.9. Area 6, 5.9, yeah, 5.9, 6.1. Okay, that's good. Well, we're getting very close to those times of day, so we'll see what they do here. What do you guys think? You think that they try taking this to 64, 64, 64, 64, 66, retest as early as 1:22 p.m. This was the earliest odd for retesting all-time highs. Not that they have to do it at this time, it's just if they bring us at least to the midpoint in the means, it gives us a pretty decent odd of getting a break of that high and getting core ranges, right? Because this is a core time of day, which is linked to these core times of days, around 240, 243. And a lot of this is going to be relative to how much range they can give us by this point in the session today. And again, a lot of it is based off the increments that we measured earlier this morning. Is anyone tracking the fourth bars, or do you guys stop tracking? I feel like no one's tracking. I feel like nobody in the Discord is tracking, not a single person. 1, 2, 3, 4. Like, some of these are still on the third bar range. Some of the third bars have gone slightly red. So it is pretty important that they try holding some of the range here, especially on like these wider intervals. 88-minute was one of the nicer setups that we looked at for 104. So was the 89 for 117, so there is a slight odd here. And the reason why these are important is because some of these smaller time frames, like the 64-minute, for instance, they've already hit their fourth bar. Do you get what I'm saying? So like this is already on its fourth bar. Does that mean that they can start exhausting as early as 104, 112, 130 until 216? So pay close attention, guys, okay? Look at the confluence in these ranges. So this is already on its fourth bar through 216, correct? You're on the same page. Whereas, let's say this 88-minute, for instance, and this 89, this doesn't flip until 246, let's say, right? Do you see what I'm saying? This doesn't flip over till 215, and that's the fourth bar. So it does apply a lot of pressure for this period, because this period could be the period that does what? Try not to get this wrong, because it doesn't really have to do much. It already took out the highs. All it has to do is basically close above 64.60. What could this period do based on this and based on these intervals being in its third bar range? What could this period do? No. Third bar? Third bars don't usually expand. What could this period do? Nope. This doesn't run until 215. We still have odds on this one on the fourth period until 216. It's already on its fourth bar. Digest, exactly. This is a pretty high probability for a digestive period, okay? And it makes sense that they would do it between like mid 50s, lower 60s. Does that make sense? So like, you are smart, Vince. You're not getting smarter. You're super smart. No, it's not. Stalling would be like failing, basically. Like if you stall somewhere, you could be failing a major price point, right? I would say stall if they stalled 5.7, 5.8. That's a stall, right? Stalling 6.1, there's not really any confluence around 6.1 today. So I don't really consider that a stall. If they wanted to stall, they would have stalled 5.7, 5.8, 5.9, right? So you're basically digesting until the next leg, which is usually in between. So if our next calculated spots are closer to like 6.4, 6.6, 6.7, 6.8, you're basically in the midpoint here. Does that make sense? Like, let's assume this. You're basically like in the median point here. Like in between. Like between, let's say here and here, like the 52 area. Okay, that's your means. Does that make sense? And 60, 61 is probably 50% of that range. Yeah, it is. And we had odds calculated to like 6.9-ish. Okay. This was the 34-point break too at 5.3. So it's not that you can't afford risk back down to 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. You can. And this would probably be the best time of day to do that if they are going to take it back. Because it would technically be like a slight exhaustion on some of those fourth bars. But these fourth bars don't have like as high of a probability. So this is linked with low of day. Low of day occurred today at 7:50, I believe. Okay. So I would say that this is probably still a pretty important time frame. They took it into an inside bar here and then brought it back up. Let's just look at this real quick so we can see. Oh wow. Okay, and so this was linked with low of day and is also linked with real-time lows. That's pretty insane at that 10 a.m. Do you see this? And the reason why this is good is because they hit low of day at 10 versus before. That's why this didn't go lower. Vincey, do you see that? The flip was 10. If they would have done that stick at 5.9, this probably would have gone lower. So that was actually a good save right here. And then this is where they had failed to take out highs again. Because had they taken it out right here, they probably had odds of a 5.5 point break right here, which would have taken out this right here. Do you see that? That's where they stalled. And then this is, I think, where they had that. Pretty sure this was the 34-point break. Yeah, it was off these lows. So the fact that this stick right here, do you see this? They brought it back over 5.7 here. Do you see that? At 112. That could definitely help keep odds in favor for like 215, 216. Your midpoint's probably going to be around like this 140 window, which I think was pretty calculated period. So, but this is basically just like a digestive box range for now. And if you want to link it to the exact spots, we could. Does that make sense? Which is, it's also an inside bar. That's like another easy way of like thinking about it. It's just an inside range, basically. With some odds of like taking, I still think that it would be important though that they take, so the cool thing is, look at this. This flips at 216, so the final minute on this is 215, okay? Do you have to take out the high before 216 on this candle frame here? This time frame, sorry, on this candle? What do you guys think? Whereas this fourth bar flips over at 215. This already made a high. It's kind of cool when you see it from a structural basis. So based on that 64 minute, you definitely have to take out the high. Okay, you have to take out the high before that time frame, because then otherwise it starts to invalidate this. Okay, this was 1208, 112, so 1208, 112. This was 1254. Let me just mark these in a different shade. Okay, I just want to see. You see where they stalled there at 5.4? They still met the other condition, but they broke after. That's probably why this one didn't continue. Does that make sense? So instead of taking out that high ahead of the flip, are you guys listening? They took it out just after. Okay? It wasn't really required that they take out the high though, because they already took out the high on this bar here. All they had to take out during this period was 5.1. Is everyone still on board? The way that these are overlapping now is the only condition that has to be met on this 81 minute is does it have to take out the high to keep this valid? I want you guys to learn how to read structure better. Do they have to take out the high on this time frame for this to stay valid? Thanks, Vinci. It's okay if you guys get it wrong, by the way. Do you have to take out the high on this stick here for this to stay valid? No, you don't. Because it already took out the high. What's the condition that has to be met for this time frame to stay valid? Especially because it's the third bar. What's the condition for this frame? It doesn't have to take out the high, because it already did, but it definitely has to. What does it have to do? It's the third bar, so it's not the fourth. Fourth is right here. What does this time frame have to do to stay valid? Yeah, you'd have to at least close green. So I'd say it has to at least close above. Okay, that would be the condition. Right? Does this time frame have to take out the high to stay valid? Yes, it does. This has to take out the highs to stay valid. Okay, and the way that they formulated this is a minute post 240. Yeah, Well, yeah, and for structure basis, right? It could not take out the high and still continue, but it might not be progressive price action, if that makes sense. Or like constructive price action, you might start seeing more repetitive inside bars, right? So, and the way that they did this is so that one is 215, one is 216, meaning one of the final sticks is 214, one of the final sticks is 215. So they might actually be looking at this. Like if they stall, they might just close right here, and then maybe 215 takes out this to meet the condition before this. Does that make sense? So it could be stuck for a while if they want to keep this stuck inside range, if that makes sense. It's just structure in 3 bars. It's just a strategy I have. It's also linked with those morning lows at 750, 752, 850, 856. And the stalls. I also noticed a common trend with that 64-minute too, that they're basically a minute early or a minute late. So like this right here, this is kind of cool because they basically stalled. Same with that 81-minute, 54. Right there. This right here. I don't know how to explain that. It's an overlap in time intervals at 215, 216. I don't know if you guys are still, I don't know if you guys understood that or not, but it's basically they structured it in a way that they still would have time to basically take out the high before 216 and also still meet this minimum condition at 5.9 at like 214, 215. What is this implying? What does this mean? What does this mean? Could we stay stuck for a while, you think? In this box range right here? Yeah, we can, unfortunately. Is it better, though, for constructive price action to occur? I think so. And that's why I was saying I would probably not do same day, because they could keep it sideways for a while, to be honest. Okay. Well, or they could just, so how do I explain that? If you stall 4th bars sometimes, but you don't really break range, like you stay stuck in an inside range, that it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't get continuation. It could just imply that you could get stuck for another duration of 3 bars. Does that make sense? Like if they keep it stuck like this, it's not the end of the world. That's still okay, but if they don't get immediate breaks, let's say at like 216, 15, whatever, 221, 22, I think I can't remember if it was 220 or 21 was an important time of day. They could keep it stuck until late afternoon. Does that make sense? Like it could stay stuck until 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, until the 6th bar. Does that make sense? Like you could stay stuck basically till 3:30, 3:20 in that same range, and that's how people usually end up getting chopped up all afternoon. 68-minute wasn't a bad interval either because this was linked to 332. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's just how I would interpret that. So inside ranges for a fourth bar, it's not bad. It's still saving range because you're still sustaining both sides. You're not taking out lows, you're not taking out highs. That's digesting, right? So you're not exhausting, you're not expanding, which usually can imply what? Delays, right? And the only reason why that could be an issue is if they end up stalling, if they don't meet minimum price conditions, which right now we just said were 5975 and 61 by at least. So is the condition really high that they have to meet by that time? Like, think about it. To avoid this from staying stuck until 3:30, is the condition really that bad? For this to avoid staying stuck until here. What do you guys think? Because usually the second range of expansions are like 6-7 bars. So like this would be like between 3 and 4, or maybe after the bell. What are the conditions? Are they really that bad? You guys think? No, they're not. Like, you literally just have to close above 5975. Like, it's not by 215. Is that really a hard condition to meet? Also, do we still have odds to expand during this period? Can they still expand this bar? What do you guys think? Could they still expand this period here? Quickly, yes, they can, right? I would say maybe once they start hitting like midpoint intervals here. Do you see how this is pretty crazy? So this is the flip for the 64-minute, but from this high of day, it's 81 minutes. So who was asking that question earlier? From a calculated time, it's a calculated frame. Explaining time is very, very advanced, and I'm not really here to teach people time, but like that's another way that this area has such high confluence. Do you get what I'm saying? In terms of that time frame. So, and if they start breaking at the mid interval, so what's half of this? What's half of 80 to 81 minutes, you guys? Our actual flip was 5-4. What's the mid interval here from 1254 and the actual high of day to our flips at 215, 216? Yeah, 40, 40 and a half, right? 41. Are these calculated times here for 50% of the time interval? So from the actual high of day, it would be right here. Do you see how this is 50% of the time interval here? Is this the time of day that's going to give us odds of expanding during this period versus stalling and keeping us range bound for another 40 minutes? They tested 6-1. That 6-1 overhead that we've been talking about. They didn't quite break. What do you guys think? What is this implying? Is there any progress that was made during this point in time? Let me just show you guys this like this. Was there any progress made during this point in time? This is the midpoint. Not really. They didn't really close higher. They had the same close. They did test 6-1, which is good. They didn't quite test the high or break the high. No follow-through action. So what do you guys think this is implying? The only difference is the last point in time, this was 2 minutes late, okay? What is this implying to you guys? This was a hold of 5-5, 5-7 down here. Which areas did we say we need to start forming and basing better structures above this afternoon to get those better breaks? Around where? Probably closer to like 5-7, 5-8, 5-9. Right? Otherwise, they would just kind of keep us stuck. What is this implying? This was the 50% time interval here from highs. What is this implying? And that was based off highs. That wasn't based off the actual point in time. I think the actual point in time was 112. Okay, so 112, which I think was this right here. Could maybe measure off those lows. Okay, so based on this, do we still have time? What do you guys think? Or based on these actual lows in these ranges that occurred? So far, based on what they did here, this is implying that they want to keep this stuck till 215, 216, okay? Based on the actual intervals, it's that we're around 210, 212. Technically, they still have an odd to try retesting here at 142, 144. What do you think? This is what I'm trying to get at. Where would they have to hold for this to actually stick? So this was an odd based on where they actually tested highs in that 54. The intervals of time are more closely aligned with here. Where would they have to hold in order for this to actually break? I want you guys to fully grasp this. This would be the 5-7, 5-8 hold if they actually wanted to break here and avoid keeping this stuck for another 30 to 40 minutes. Does that make sense? This would be it. No, 5-5 is too low. You guys are not listening. If this is the actual 50% of time based on the actual interval, not the high. Okay? So their odds are a little bit better here to take out highs than they might have been right here. Okay? This would have to be the structural hold of 5-7, 5-8. Does that make sense? Versus 5-5, 5-6, and that could be the offset that would get you that break of high of day and avoid you staying stuck for another 30 to 40 minutes. Do you need some pretty strong sticks here for this to happen? 64.57.50 hold here at 141. Odd was 144. I want to see if they actually retest this 5975 spot here, because that was the closing point on that 64 minute, I believe, right? What was that spot? Sorry, on the 81 minute? What's that level? 5975. So this will start hinting. This calculated time. Do you get how this is a calculated time and price? No one's going to show you guys how to trade like this. Do you see how this is a calculated time and price to these intervals here? Off the 5-7 hold. Okay. Can someone document this? 142 retesting that 645975. If this wants to avoid staying stuck until 215, 216, it would have to meet those same conditions, which is closing at 645975, to give an odd of retesting highs at 143, 144. 144 had the highest odds to break. That 61, 6125. This is the only way that we could avoid staying stuck this afternoon for another 30 to 40 minutes. And this would be your 5-7 break, potentially. If they stall here, this is where we could basically stay stuck for a pretty, not super wide duration of time, but I mean, considering we've been stuck here for already an hour. I should have done a poll. I should have done a poll. How many think that they'll take out the high here? Quickly, just yes or no. If they don't take out the high, what condition do you think has to be met? No. Do you think that they might open up a window with a 2-minute delay? Look at the range on this stick. So I would say the reason why they probably didn't do this is, one, this previous stick didn't close above 5975. Okay, so you were already at a disadvantage here. I could already tell that they weren't going to do it based on that. And that gave us a range reduction of how many points. They could do a 2-minute delay though based on this 2-minute here and this 2 minutes here. So I am going to watch the next 2 minutes just to see. So that was what, 1.25? So that was implying that if they had broke, and if they did close above 5975, do you see how they would have stalled 6-1 again? So that could be a reason why they decided to hold off, is they weren't going to take out the highs. Watching to see if there's a 2-minute delay here, because there was here and here. That 2-minute delay would put odds for 545, 546. Basically, it just resets the condition, so it'd be like that 5975, and then the potential retest here. All right, how many think that they'll do it on the delay? Quickly, because this would be it if they're going to do it on the delay. This seems a little bit more likely because they at least closed over 5975 this time, right? So your odds are a little bit better than they would have been back here. How much time is left in this stick? There it is. 6125 tested. That's the 2-minute delay. Market's been moving in 2-minute delays this afternoon, so we're going to keep tracking those. That's perfect range at that point in time. And this makes it so that we could potentially avoid staying stuck now And now we have odds of expanding during this period. So what does this change for our condition? So that's the 5758 hold. What could this change for our conditions? This is a really good case study, by the way. Make sure you guys review this later in the session. What could they do during this point in the day now? What could they do? Because we have really high odds around here, 221. So, and you know what's crazy is this is really cool, these 2-minute delays, because they're more in line with like this 220, 221, because it's basically like that little short delay on those intervals. But like this, for instance, this, do you see what I'm saying? Would be like these 34 bars. Does that make sense? Because we had some odds at 320, 21. They're just a little bit post 15, 16. So I would say that these points here, these delays are probably more intact with this. But we can just track 2-minute delays, which was this. Consolidate? No. You definitely would not consolidate. That's not what you'd want to do. What would you do now during this period, since you took out the highs and you closed above, and you're tracking now a break above 6-1? What does this give you an odd of doing? This was also perfect. Do you guys see that 5975 close here? This was really clean. What does this give you guys an odd of doing during this period? Where? There's a 6-1 close. Come on, you guys. What could you test by 215, 216 now? That will help you get to those other points by 245, 46, 47, 48. If you're able to get a retest of 6.4, 6.6, 6.7, whatever, at this point in time, you could definitely get the 70s by this core point in time here. Does that make sense? And that would be a solid structural hold of 5.7, 5.8 for a key break. What could you retest by 215, 216? You guys are... Sometimes you guys range too low, and sometimes you guys fetch too high. Like, I don't... Well, you're already at 6.2. And we still have half the range in time now till here. So I would say that we have a pretty decent odd, honestly, of testing 6.6, 6.7, 6.8, 6.9 by this period, which will maybe give us those odds of those core breaks that we talked about from today's open. Do you get what I'm saying? Or did you guys already forget that? 66 points off today's lows is 7.5, 7.4. That means that we could trigger core price points at a core time. What are core price points? What levels are those? Don't get that wrong. Especially if you're someone that trades with me every day. What are the core price points that we could trigger? What could they trigger? It's literally on the report. We already know breaking these areas is going to decrease odds of stalling here. What are the core areas? Yeah, 7.1, 7.4, 7.8. 8.8's not a core area. Core ranges, you usually get about 55 points. 51 to 55 points. What's 51 to 55 points from... I feel like I say the same things over and over again sometimes. What's 51 to 55 points from today's open? 7.4, 7.7, 7.8, 7.9. Do you see it? That's a core move. Okay. Why do you also have confluence off this? So that's off the actual open. Why else could this be an area of confluence? Well, that would also be a 68 to 66 point move off lows for real time. Do you see that? What else would that be? That would be an 88 point move off weekly lows, 7.5. That's 44.44. That would be 88 points off of real-time lows, 44.44. Do you see the confluence? Off of session open for the week, which is 22.50. That's going to be your core break, core to core move. That's 50 to 55 points. You would only get 8.8 if you got the full 66 to 67, 68 point range, okay? Off of like this, the weekly session open, which you don't really have super high odds to do today, but you do have odds to do it when. Don't get that wrong. If you meet these core price points today in the 70s, you could definitely get to the zone. By when? Which date? And we already have confluence of getting there based on where we open today. When could you get there? Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow would be the earliest. So we still have odds for these zone breaks here. That would be 66 points off weekly open and today's open. It would also be a 100-point break off of weekly lows. Okay. Let's look at this from a wider angle now. I hope this is helping you guys stay long or maybe take in new positions. By the way, this is also this is a perfect example on a daily. 1, 2, 3, 4, exhaustion. 5, do you see it? 6, 7, okay? Tomorrow could expand. Friday would be the big risk day if they're going to exhaust or expand. Do you see what I'm saying? This is exactly what I drew on the weekend and what I drew yesterday. This 3-bar up. And I even said that what they could do is basically double this range. So if this was, and look, this was a core bar. This held core. This is core to core. 6.9 to 2.2, 2.4 is core. That's 55 to 56 points. Do you see it? So if you get 55 to 56 points from here, you could get 55 to 56 points from here. Do you understand that concept? It's the same thing. Okay? That's the same exact thing. Or another way you could think about it is getting double the range, or like at least 75% of the range, which would be like 70 something points, I think. 75 points. That's 75% of the range, right? Then that would take you back to all-time highs at 6.8, because that would be a 75% extension here. Do you see that? Let me make this very dumbed down. Hold on. There, that would be your extension. Right there. Okay? Right here. And that would take you back to all-time highs. That's 75% break. This full break would be a full 1-point break. Usually when you break 1 point, how many points can you extend? Okay, this is if they got that. That's another way of looking at it. Usually if you break that kind of range, how many points can you extend? 1 point what? And this is pretty typical. And this is why I was saying I think there's going to be a lot of confluence around 64, 95, 96, 97. 1.25, right? You normally can get that if you get those kind of breaks. So this is from a range break scenario. Okay? Yeah, you can usually extend to 25%. Double this range would be about like 107, 110, so that makes sense. Whereas if you took it from like mid-supply or these lows, that's another way of looking at it. Do you see that? Let's just use 107 because 107 is what I normally use. But do you see this? It's another incremental, like these 107, these are not random numbers. These are also calculated increments usually, like 25, 50, 33% odds. Off the midpoint, that's where you could start getting 03, 04. And these areas are really calculated from the report last week, right? These would be midpoint odds, is off here. Whereas like expansion odds, these areas should align with top of the zone. If they don't, then I know nothing. So these areas here should align with 3-1, 3-2, 3-3. Do you see it? Look, that's the top of the zone. Okay. If you fully expand or extend from these ranges here, do you see how you could get some channel entries here? Okay, so my guess would be from here, right, this area here, you probably could start triggering those core breaks, right? And I'm not saying that they would do that like this week, but I'm just saying that these would be what these areas imply. Do you see that? 65, 88, the 6,600 mark. So we mostly have odds for this type of range this week though. Or another way you could look at that is that's probably the 1.75 or 1.5. I would probably think that that's the 1.75 is probably the top of the zone around that area here. Okay, so that's where we'd probably, I would say that those would definitely be max ranges if they expand this area here. Because this is also the 132, 133 point range from last week's candle. From this week's lows, these are probably 132 points in range. Yeah, they are. And from this low, do you see that? So there's definitely confluence around that 2.3, 2.4 from the actual close, which is this 9.6. That's probably where that 2.8, 2.9, 30 spot comes into play. Okay? And then this is how you'd maybe get the 50s and 60s. I don't think that they would do that this week, but that's just how it would play out if that was the case. And guess what? What kind of range break would this be if they did that? What's half of 256? 128, 132, right? So if we do get these types of moves right here, why do you think this area has such high confluence? It's not a coincidence. Why is that 64, 95, 96 such a huge area of confluence from this week and today's ranges, especially off these midpoint lows off August 1st? The frame that we have is between August 1st, 6th, 7th were the midpoints, through the 12th and 13th. This is the frame. What kind of range could we hit between this time frame here? This is the whole point. How much range? 256 points, right? So that makes total sense that they would do that. So that would be the full range from the first, right? Or you could think of it as like the 107 to like 128 point range from that Friday close, or from the 7-6 closing points. Does that make sense, you guys? This is a very, very formulated way of looking at this, but it's definitely not a coincidence. Okay? Do you see that? So today would be the earliest day that they technically could hit that. I had higher odds for the 13th for hitting 256 points in range. And the 346 is going to be the same thing as hitting that 65.88 that we just talked about. Do you see that? Off these ranges here. Okay, let's get back to this. I feel like you guys should be on board with these ranges here. 2 p.m. getting some good sticks here to 6.4. We're tracking pretty nicely, guys, for these times of day coming up. What's the earliest that we could retest all-time highs? You guys all got this wrong, so you have to get it right this time. I wouldn't even say earliest. I would say highest odd. Because of the... We can probably watch between 15, 14 through 22. What time? Well, you weren't here, Booth. Yes. Because we met these conditions back here, we have some of you guys said 6.4, 6.3, which was wrong. So we have odds of doing what? All-time high retest during this fourth bar here, right? That's going to help keep us in play through here. Okay. Everyone's on board? I'll let you guys know when I take covers. I think I'm going to just hold my contracts into tomorrow, to be honest with you. That's why I rolled into tomorrow off the channel. But if you bought off 5.7, 5.6 for today, 5.2, then you might have to look at like covering some spots in there. That's obviously up to you. But I feel like if they meet these conditions on time, I don't see how they can't get to core areas today. Okay, during this core point in the day. And you guys know what those spots are. Core ranges would be like 7, 8, 7, 9. There's a lot of confluence around the 7.4 to 7.5 area today. In here. I don't have the exact spots marked, but it's fine. We have the times of days, so we'll figure it out once they... I figured 64.79 to 81 is probably max range for the session today. I could be wrong, but like if they meet this condition at this point here, that would probably be the max, unless they fully decide to expand between 244 and 330, because they have odds to keep this running until end of day today. Could they enter the zone as early as today? The zone is 6488, 6490. Which is exactly 66 points from today's real-time open. Could they enter the zone as early as today? Yes. What are the conditions for them to do that? What would they have to do to give any odds of entering the zone as early as today? They definitely don't have to. The only conditions for today was to retest 5.7 and 6.8, which we're doing, right, for the 12th. I'd say to test 8.8 today, you definitely have to test 6.6, 6.8, 6.9 around this 215, 221, 232 interval during this window. You probably have to trigger core areas at least 7.1, 7.3 by that 240, 245, 246 window. No, to trigger the zone, I think we have to retest all-time highs even earlier, like during this period here. To trigger the zone, if they wait till here, I highly doubt that. Like to trigger here, you're going to get stuck again. So there's going to be some pressure. They have to test at least 6.8, 6.9 and take out highs the first attempt. Oh, sorry. So they have to take it out first attempt here for that to even be a probability. And then give those core ranges during that core point in the day. So this is the point that you'd want the 51 to 55 point intervals. And if they just consolidate core areas, basically it would be like them consolidating above that 5.7, 5.8 at that key point in the day back here that we talked about. Like right here. when they held, and they would keep it above 5766 and then start getting core ranges. That's the only way I think that they could take it to 88 or 90 as early as today. And then 9596 is going to be the mass overhead, if that was the case. That would give pretty decent odds for the 13 to trigger the zone. So I don't know, anything's possible, guys. If the market's giving us these odds, then we just trade them. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like people that limit their range. Like, what's the point of doing that if the market is obeying conditions or meeting conditions? It doesn't make any sense. We literally held 88 for the week. We held 9396. They pinned 96, right? They tested the zone. Like, I don't really see why we wouldn't have those odds in play. There's the 6465 test here. How much time do we have left until then? This is supposed to be the clean chart. I already knew I was going to destroy this chart. I think this one I put those levels on here. This is the heavy area. I think it's like close to 6625, 6650. What do you guys think? Let's do a poll. How many here think that test all-time highs by I would say 2:14, 2:16 p.m. There is that window through 2:20:21, which is that extension, but I just want to see what you guys think. How many people think that they'll meet it during this condition here? Please try to get as many votes as possible on this, because it's getting pretty close. And I remember they could stall 6775, which would be an issue. So when we take it out, we want to try getting that 1.5 above, because that was the theme for the week, which is the 88-point break, which is technically 45.5 points, which would be 69.5. Okay, so the best area to break if they take out this spot is around 69.25. Remember, 6825 is a very calculated spot. That was exact range that we met the week before that they stalled. So, and that was the 44-point break from that prior close, in case you forgot what that is. So the last time around that they brought it here, they stalled exactly 44 points. Do you guys see this? Do you see how this would give us that 1.5? Do you see that? If they break, you'd get that break to like 6.9. Do you see it? You have to see this, because this is, we got the exact range last time, okay? They stalled 44.25. Okay? They stalled 43. You're resetting these odds. Do you see it? This is a reset. So when you break this time, you want to break closer to 6.9. Do you see that? Where they actually opened today was 375, I think. I'm recapping this quickly because I feel like you guys forgot. We don't want to stall 4344 because that's gonna fail all-time highs. Do you understand that concept? You don't want to stall. You want to actually break above this time. And the ranges that the market's been moving in is about 45.5, which is 69.25, which would be the exact same as breaking a 44-point range right here. 64, 69, 25, 64, 69, 50 is going to be a big overhead here. If we take out all-time highs, I want us to to take out this spot in the same stick. If we stall 6.7, that's where volatility could start to trigger. So just be very, very cautious around that price point. Exact point in time is going to definitely be around this 214, 15, 16 to 220. Let's start setting some alerts here. You guys don't think that they will. Okay, interesting. 6.4, 6.50, 6.4, 6.775, 6.4, 6.825. Sorry, there's going to be a lot of alerts going off, but it's a very important time of day. Let's see. I would say if they can get over 64, 66 by 214, their odds are pretty decent. Thanks for getting 70 plus viewers in here. We need 75 to meet those, I know Dougie, I don't know where Dougie went today. We're getting super close. Dunks, did you take a trade off the 50s? So this is what would give us odds of expansion scenarios to occur, guys. Expansion scenarios are between like 215, 230, 245, all the way through to like 330. And that's what would make it like a durational trade till 4. I need to open up my soundboard. I think that's what I need to do. We need a drum roll. Do you think them taking it to this 6.4, 6.5 price point right here is a coincidence at this point in the day? I think hitting that is probably going to be the equivalent of hitting like 6450 SPX, I guess, is core, which makes sense because that would be half of the 50 to 55 point intervals, which is like 25 points. So they stalled 6.4 here. Let's see. This was the odd 15, 16, and then we said we can watch for the 2-minute delay since that's been the theme. So we're going to watch 218 as well. I said I wanted to see if they would at least test 6.6 during this point in time here, because these are some calculated odds. Do you guys think we're going to get volatility in these 2-3 minutes? They're pretty freaking close. See if you get better structural closing points too above like 6.4. They saved that last second. I don't know if you guys saw that. All right, guys, 216 was the earliest odd for testing that 6.6 mark. Based on what they did back here, they were 2 minutes delayed, so I am going to watch 17.18. And the full period is between 2:15 through 2:21. I made that first pull to 2:16 just to see if you guys thought we would break early. The odds that were higher were based off the delays, which are around 2:18, 19, 20. That seem more probable based on this, but it has to meet still conditions of like closing above 6.4, which they did. Trying to test 6.6, which so far they're stalling a little bit here. We'll see if the 17.18 gives any follow through. This is the window. Right here. If they stall during this point in the day, it just means that they could keep this delay till 2:30, that 2:40 window, and that's where we could start seeing maybe some compression in range if they stalled until here. This is also the window that gives us odds of bringing it to the zone, right? So far they're already limiting those odds a little bit. I could already tell they weren't going to do that based off not taking out 6-6. But we'll see. I should have done a second pull here for the later odds. Okay, so retest here on the calculated later odds around 2:18 to 2:21 p.m. Try to vote on that quickly though, because I didn't realize it's already 2:18. So this would be the same thing, guys, as the two, what was it? This 2:45:46, this delay right here. This would be the same thing. This right here. Okay. Plus we had the calculated flip at 2:21, so that would put some pressure for 2:19, 2:20. But I would say that 2:18 has to definitely try breaking this 6.5 for that to even be put at a probability for like 1920. Do you get what I'm saying? No problem. Hopefully this is helping you guys stay long, or at least hold until these calculated times of day. So 6.525 retest here. That's okay. That's exact range. No break above, but they still closed a tiny bit higher. So could help the 219, 220 sticks. We really want to start seeing 6.6, 6.7 breaks around these points in the day to try keeping odds in play. Otherwise, they could keep this stuck a little bit. So this would be a very, very good time to test that 6.6 mark there. There we go. 66 tested, 6.7. These are the exact spots you want to trigger. 66.75 at exactly 219. That's the 2-minute delay. And that seems to be the theme for the week today, or for the day. We'll see if we get the test at 220.21. This is linked with this 246 stick, this here, and that was the break of 6.1 back here. Condition would have to be that I think they would have to close over 6.6 at least off this 20 stick to give that odd for 21. Remember, they could stall 6.7, 7.5. That is an odd if they. We definitely want them to try taking out 6.9 because that would be really helpful to avoid getting stuck here. 220, 67 testing. See if they can get that break of 6.725. You guys, this is looking pretty good for 221 testing highs. They're trying to close 6.7. 6.725, I think is the, there it is, 6.725 close off 220. 221 had some pretty good odds here for a all-time high retest of 6.825. We're only 1 point off. But I think because they stalled 6.775, it might be a volatile stick. We're going to watch for the 30-second interval here just to see, because they are a little shy, I think, of like 7.75. There could be some volatility that triggers, obviously, at all-time highs. See if they can try to negate, because we didn't get the best structure. And what I mean by that is I would have preferred that they closed 6.6. Do you guys get what I'm saying? Because this is where a reduction can start coming in. If they close 6.6, they would have triggered 6.775, okay? So like this right here. Do you see what I'm saying? So we're about like 0.75 shy. Like here they would have triggered 7.5. Okay, that could have given us that range break. And I would bet money that this 2 points here would have triggered that 6.925. Yeah, it does. Do you see that? Range reduction at 221 of exactly 2 points, which is 462925. This is mostly due to them not closing over that 6625 here and stalling 6775. Like there was no break of that. 6775 is exactly the range from, I think, open, we said, right? So be careful, guys. That's a huge spot. This is off the weekly report. If they stalled 67, 66, 68. So just be a little bit mindful if you're trading same day. They still have time to turn it back around at 230, 32. And then there's that window with really high odds around 244, 45. But you'd kind of have to stomach the volatility here off the 6-7 stall. Okay? And these range reductions are probably the ranges they could have gave. So we already know that this would have given us 6.9. So overall reduction here so far is 3.25 points. I just want to see if these trigger 7.1 or 70. Especially off that 7.5. Yeah, they do. Off 6.825, 7.1. So had they broken that range properly, we would have seen 69.25, 70.5, 7.1. These reductions are still within range though. But this also makes sense because on the report, I did say that they had some odds of stalling 6667. Do you see that? Could this end up being a max range for the session today if they don't turn this back around within the next 10 minutes? The time frame is pretty short. So they don't have that much time to stall highs here. Okay, they can stall it the first time because we have that calculated flip at 244, 45, 46. You definitely don't want this to extend much later than this though. And I would think that this is probably 32 minutes because that's half of that 64. So that's pretty cool that this also aligns with that from 215, 216. That's really interesting. When does that 64-minute flip over? And that 88, because we said we want to watch that. That's not till 320. That 88, which is linked with that's 232. Oh, this is the 232. This is the fourth bar. And this runs until close. Could this be an exhaustion period if they don't turn this around quickly? You guys? Fourth bar here, and this runs until 4. This flips at 46. These frames here we said were on the third bar at 21. This runs till 412. These were the ones that I think were closely linked with 112 also flips at 232, guys. So there's multi-flips at 232. Do we have any earnings today? I didn't think we did. And I think we said, hold on. Can't remember what it was. It might have been like this. No, not this. Hold on. 68. This is linked with low of day. Okay, so that was linked with this structure break at 122. What's the median of this time frame? Because this is probably going to be important. That's probably our 81, 82, 83 minute intervals, which is probably that 245, 46. Okay, so these are definitely calculated points in the day here. So 232 has some decent odds. I think we need at least decent structure at 32. Those odds remain the same for those calculated periods at like 245, 46, 47, 48. So let's see. There's going to be some pressure here between this time frame. I would say that they probably need at least back over 6.6. What do you guys think? Because this is where they failed, basically, is to meet this condition. Like, I would have preferred that this 19 stick was a little bit higher. Does that make sense? Like this, or at least 6.6, like that, which would have given better odds of this being a break above 6.775. So kind of like what happened back here, like with the 5.961. Do you see this? This is a more volatile period, hence the wider range in reduction versus this. So let's see if they can quickly negate. Otherwise, this is where risk is going to start to increase, guys. How many here think that they'll retrace and negate here to keep this in play for 245, 246? Let's do a poll on that. Conditions would definitely be that they'd have to hold that 6.1 spot. I would say that even holding 6.4 would be ideal, to be honest with you, but what do you guys think? So for this condition to be met, I would say they'd probably have to hold 6.1, get back over 6.4, ideally back to like the 6.6. They don't necessarily have to retest highs here, but at least kind of like what this 122 stick did here. Do you see this? That 122 calculated time. It just made it so that they put that odd back in play, even though they took it right back down. Does that make sense? So like they don't necessarily have to retest here. It's just this mitigates risk, because is that a pretty long duration of time from here till here at highs or stalling highs? Who was asking about a stall? This is a stall. Who asked earlier? Stalling and digesting are not the same thing. This is a stall. This is digestion. This is a stall. Do you get the difference? This is stalling. The only areas we had odds of stalling today were either between 5.7 to 5.9 or between 6.6 to 6.9. With 6.7 being pretty calculated for the session today. See what they do here at 3.1. So if they end up failing to retrace some of this range back, we'd be looking for that 6.1 retest. Maybe even 5.9 if it fully resets the conditions here, with an attempt to try to come back and retrace. It doesn't really seem like they want to negate. So still giving some decrease in ranges here. Are you guys finding this helpful? Let's see how much range they've reduced in total though from here until 232, because this also is going to give us a pretty good idea of the kind of range that we could have aimed for. There's a 6.1 back test here at 231. I'd be super cautious, because testing 6.1, especially off 31, 32 is the area that they could sweep back down the mean. So just be very careful if they don't hold here. I would bet money that this is probably aligned with that 7.374. Yeah, it is. And that was the area that we had a lot of confluence in, I said earlier. So 7.3, 7.4 still remains a really high area of confluence based on these ranges and these points in the day. See if they can hold the line here at 6.1. Otherwise, they have range to push back to 5.9, 5.7. Yeah, they were basically 0.5 off. And it makes sense, Vinci, because this stick here closed at 6.575 versus 6.625. Do you see that? This here closed at 7.767 versus 6.7, or 6.725 versus 6.775, right? So I could already tell that the price action wasn't great based on these ranges here as early as this. They needed 6.625 here. They needed 6.775 here. And that would have given us a very high odd of breaking highs here. And they would have triggered 7.1 on this stick had they done that. And they could have had a continuation to 7.4. Does that make sense? And like these ranges that they just reduced gives us 7.4. So like had they actually closed above right here, they could have had a continuation to 7.4 right here. And then maybe that's where they could have come back, held, got more core breaks to 7.9, 7.8. Does that make sense? That's how this would have played out differently. You would have flipped this the other way around. And that's how you could have had odds of getting to the zone today. So I would say that odds to get to zone are probably off the table. What do you guys think? Because they stalled 6.7, 6.8, 6.9 at this point in time. I'd say the only way that they could give that another probability is if they not only took out highs here, but they took out 7.4, 7.8 still at this point in time. Otherwise, that's going to be pretty freaking hard for them to do if they're just going to trade around highs. All right, so far 6.1 hold and turn around here at 232. So this is the next window. And I would say if we don't come back and take out highs or test them around this point in time, then the volatility risk is going to be really high, okay? So just make sure that you guys are cautious of that. I know that we have odds after 3, but like they're pretty extended and pretty late, like mostly for like end of day or around imbalance prints. So it's obviously up to you if you want to be holding through that, but that's why I rolled into tomorrow just in case they stall. Because based on the report, they had odds of stalling 6.667. That's pretty crazy that I wrote that on Sunday. And they actually stalled there. And they actually stayed open between 6.422 and 2.4 today. They opened at 6.42375. That's insane. All right, so if they're going to try bringing this back, what do you guys think the conditions have to be? First condition I would say is if this is the midpoint between 3.1, 3.2, they probably, what's half of 13? 6.5. They probably have to try getting this back over 6.6 as early as like 2.38. Do you guys agree? Like, especially during these points here. I think this is the 7th bar, like this point. $232, 14, 7 here. There could be a lot of volatility risk coming up right here too, because we are unfortunately in the means, which usually implies volatility. Like look at this 6.4 stall and that immediate rejection on this stick. Do you guys feel the increase in volatility here? See, this would have given you a break back to 6.6. Do you see that? Based on this range. They know exactly what they're doing. 2.5 points in range. That would have gotten you back to that 6.625 had they close this above 637564. So they're still giving those reductions, unfortunately. They're still in play. I can see it here. Do you see that? The 0.5 beneath 6.4. They have some odds to negate here around 238, 39, 40. But to me, this still looks like they're risking that 5.9 back test. We'll see. We shall see. What do you guys think? This is the trickiest part of the day. I'm not going to do a poll. I just want to see what you guys think. Let me delete some stuff here. What do you guys think? So far they're just sustaining 6.1. The only reason we could afford to breach 6.1 by 0.5 is because that seems to be the theme, which is why they could still hold here even though they breach below 6.1. Does that make sense? What are the conditions right now? To avoid going deeper in the means, because if they want now to stall the session today and just keep us stuck in the 50s and 60s, they can. The market doesn't owe us anything above these areas here today. Anything above that's why it's considered an expansion. Does that make sense? And that's why this is the expansion or exhaustion period, because it makes sense off these ranges and the time happens to align, which is not a coincidence. What would they have to do? Did we retest all-time highs? Yeah, we did. You don't have to necessarily take out all-time highs to have a retest. You still tested highs. You just stalled them. When we initially did test that 6.8 mark, what was the high or closing price on that stick? Do you guys remember? In the opening range, this is the all-time high, okay? That's why 6625 makes sense that they would have had to clear that. It was calculated for today, but it also makes sense based on what they actually did the last time. Does that make sense why 6625 is key here in terms of this break? Okay, do you see this? They would have needed to close above that. So, okay. Do you see that? This is the stick. So based on, they did retest all-time highs. That's the all-time high stick, okay? Based on the open, close, high, low on these ratios here, how much of the range did they stall by? Let's see. This is where it could be an issue. Off of the actual all-time high, 2.5. What do you guys think? Do you see what they did? Half this range here would have been 6.775. That's also calculated with today. So what did they do here? Okay. From open to close. This is open to close. Do you see this? That's open to close. From high to low, they didn't break 50%. Okay? Do you see this? From open to close, they did. From high to low, they didn't. They were shy by like 0.25. Okay? Do you see that? What would the conditions have to be? We have extremely calculated times of day coming up here at 2:45 to 2:46 and 2:48. With, I think, 6-1 we said, and this 5-9-7-5 being some structural points for the session here too. They didn't close quite high enough, which explains why they stalled. This little range differential here. Probably the range differential here. Do you see that? Off of 19. Do you guys see this? This is the reduction. It was a point off. Even this little tiny range here was like 0.5 off, right? Which all we needed was 76775. That's the 0.5. Okay. What do you have to do? Quickly, guys. I'm asking you guys a question. This isn't whatever. You have to answer before 2:45, 2:46. You only have like 2 minutes. What do you have to do here to avoid this being a major stall of all-time highs, which can cause extreme volatility for the week? That's also stalling the top of the means, by the way. 6668 is basically top of the means entry into core areas. What do you have to do? Especially at this point in the day. Quickly, quickly, quickly. If they kept this consolidated in an inside bar, which this is an inside bar right now, I think, on some of these frames, not all of them, but some. I think off that 80, what was it that we were watching, the 88? Yeah, this is an inside bar. This runs till close. Midpoint's going to be around like 330-ish. Okay. Give me two conditions. A lot of these went into some inside bars here. Especially off that 221, which was our big core flip. 221. What do you have to do? It's a lot of pressure based on where they're trading. Okay? Because they could keep this stuck for the rest of the session now if they wanted to. What do they have to do to avoid that from being the case? Two things. I'd say the pressure is a little bit too high for this to get back to 6.6 at this point in the day, especially when they didn't even trigger 6.4. Okay, like you see the stall here at 6.6 or 6.375 right here. Kind of hard to see with this on there, but you see how they stalled 6.375? Look at that reduction stick. Okay, if they had maybe cleared 6.4, before here, then yeah, you definitely had some odds again to get back to 6-6. Do you see it? That's exactly what they did back here at 3-2. They keep reducing range of getting you back to 6-6. What is this implying? This is a very similar period to this period here, except the risk is a little bit higher this time. What is this implying? Let me reset this chart. These are very crucial core points in the day. This is what could give us, these are calculated points in the day, so these could give us an idea of like max range and the type of range that we could get this afternoon. What do you guys think? So they stalled 6-4. They reduced range of getting back to 6-6-2-5, which is what's needed to get a break of all-time highs. So all you really have to do to break all-time highs is open above 6-6-2-5 and close above 6-7-7-5. That's all that's actually required, which is what... Yeah, we could stay stuck. Stuck till when? How long could we stay stuck till? No, not necessarily till close. It's durational till close. I don't think we could get stuck until close. Not yet, anyway. At least till, like, imbalance prints around 320, 25, 30, 36. If they do something similar to what they did back here, okay, when they brought this back around and broke range at these midpoints, right, which were here, like the, what time was it? 47, 46. Do you guys remember this? These were the 50% time intervals, right? Right here. This right here. Then they stalled. Okay. We could probably use the same interval because it's probably going to be the same. As we said, this was 50% of this point right here, right? Off the 112 period. Correct? This was half the time interval here, right? 32 minutes right here. So versus the time that they actually like trigger, which is like based off the highs, that's 68 bars. That's probably pretty close to this range here. This is the 64, 60-minute range. So what would be the condition if we wanted something similar? Let's measure off of actually 4-6, since this makes more sense. This is the 64-minute range, by the way. Right here, from 4-6. What would you have to do? This is how you could stay stuck, okay? This is where maybe they keep you stuck till end of day. What do you have to do? Especially off these breaking points here of 215, 16, 20, 21. What do you have to do? Come on, you guys. From here to, let's say, 320. From here, what's half of 76? No, not sustain. What's half of 76? 38, right? And then between these points here, 81, right? So 40 and a half, 36 minutes. So what do you have to do? 40 and a half 36 minutes. I'm giving you guys the answer on screen. You guys are just not really listening. This is the same as this 50% time interval here. This right here. What do you have to do to avoid this from staying stuck? Because you could stay stuck until 320, 330, 336. What do you have to do? This is the 36-minute interval here. This would be the 41, 40. What do you have to do during this point? Let's make it very dumbed down. Before 3, what do you have to do before 3 o'clock? Sustaining isn't wrong, but I feel like retracing is probably more important at this point than sustaining, because you still have time to sustain. You have literally till 3:30, 3:20 to sustain. What do you have to do at this point? You have to start retesting. Where do you have to retest? This is the only way you're going to have odds in play. ATNF, are you trading penny stocks today? Wow, 250%. That's crazy. I would say at a minimum that's 6425, ideally 66. 6625. There's some odds around 255, 56, 57, and then some odds right at 3 and just after 3 at 301, 302. So just before 3, just after 3. And this is off the 6-1 hold. Discord's not really like a, you can join the Substack, which gives access to the Discord. It's just for basically newsletter subscribers or Twitch subscribers if you subscribe on Twitch, which it's not open to the general public anymore though. Yeah, I do think that was a good move on that, Brendan. I didn't get to trade penny stocks today because I figured I'm gonna stream, but at least this is maybe helping people. PLTR, I feel like PLTR hasn't even pulled back once. Didn't we talk about this one being, I think it was like a 8-month or 9-month break or something? And this is on, maybe it was 10 months or 11. This is the 4th bar. This is a really good example actually of a 4th bar expansion on a wider time frame. Do you see this? This doesn't flip until December, so this basically could keep running till end of year. Like, it doesn't really have any, I don't think there was anything in between other than like the 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, that's the 4th, and that starts August 1st until January. So like, maybe start watching for like some signs of volatility, but for the most part, I think we said that this one was durational until end of year into potentially 2026. Do you see that? I don't remember what we put on this one though for range. It's a bit harder one. I think the easiest way to look at this is if you measure it off the 3-bar break to where the actual prior high range is. Does that make sense? Like, so from like this break right here, or I guess you could measure off like lows, kind of up to you. But as long as they never went back and like retraced this area here, like 60, 61, then it essentially has odds of, usually you can get full structure. This seems like they're probably giving full range breaks on this. Usually 1.75 is very common on structural flag breaks, especially ones like this. I don't know if you guys have ever done a flag break from like the top of the bar. So when you break highs, are you listening? Like especially when you get like a massive structure break like this, usually, are you listening? Usually when you get structure breaks like this, let's say 0.75, so this would be like a 0.75 break. Do you see this right here? Okay, or like this range here. You almost always can expand off like the top of the range, so kind of like this. Do you see the structural hold here off like the midpoints? Like this right here. I don't know if you guys can see that. Usually you can start breaking in those increments. So because this is such a wide range from like midpoints, this is a midpoint break is what I would call that. I don't really know how else to explain that. This is a midpoint break basically from here. Okay, this is what I'd call like a midpoint break right here. Do you see this? If you want to align it more closely with what they actually hit, you can. So like right here, do you see that? Like from here, let me just delete the 50% marks so it's not as confusing. Let's just look at the let's just look at the 7-5 ratios. Do you see this? You guys paying attention? I don't usually show people like some fib strategies like this, but usually market works in like increments of thirds and fourths. Okay, so something like PLTR, because it's moving on an 11-month range break, which is obviously huge. If you break these ranges here, do you see this? Like this hold right here. Keep watching. Do you see that? That's a structural close above this now. Do you see this? I'm talking about this bar right here, just so you guys can see. Okay, this bar right here. Okay, that's off the midpoint. All this needed to do was basically break the high point. To break the high point, you have to break right about here, and that's when it started to close above. That's a close above. Break above, whatever you want to call that. Do you see that? Once it clears, that's what I call a clear trade. You know, when I say, oh, this cleared, this is cleared. Does that make sense? That's cleared. It doesn't stop from here. Once it holds this will run to its next increment. Does that make sense? This is a really good example of a clear trade. And use 75% intervals. They work really, really well. Especially, look, if you align this with this, it should align exactly with this. Okay? And the range differential between this break here on the stalled fail should be the same differential in range between this hold. Do you see that? That's a clear trade. This is, so usually when you get range breaks like this, this is where you expand. So now you're not measuring off the midpoint or the lows or the close. You're measuring off what? The high range, right? There's nothing in between now. So that's where you start getting wider ranges, okay? Like this would be your first major target point. Do you see what I'm saying? You're off the high points now. Do you get what I mean? These points here, you're measuring off here now. Here, 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 here. Do you see that? And then from time, I haven't really looked at PLTR in terms of like small time frames, but I would imagine it's probably going to be the same intervals that you use to clear. So whatever this time interval was, 34 bars, 25 bars, from the actual date that they cleared, which is here, probably the same thing, 25 to 26 bars. That makes sense to me. Do you see this? Look at that range break here. Do you see that? This is 25 bars from the cleared date. Cleared date is the date that it actually sustained and cleared right here. Do you see that? So this would be a calculated flip off here. And you probably have a range of like 34, 36 total, maybe. And then from like here, you probably could target like 200 by, let's say, here. What is that? 48 days, 34 bars? So probably could trigger 200 or 199 as early as like August 19th. You probably have to start watching like August 19th to August 18th, I would imagine. That would be like the same. Those would be like some pretty big flips, and probably based off this thing clearing range on the 6th. This is probably the midpoint in time, which you're now measuring off of this actual bar. Does that make sense? Because now you're measuring off of this bar close. This bar is lows. That's probably where the gap occurred too. Where did that go? Kind of hard to see now. Oh, because I have them both marked here. Sorry, I was trying to move the fib, but it wouldn't let me because that thing was marked. So these would be like the areas that you could start looking at for these points in time. Does that make sense? Because you don't necessarily have to trigger max range by today, but probably mid-range. Mid-range is probably based off these structures here, which is closer to like 189, 190. Does that make sense? You kind of just have to adjust it as you go. And then if you really want mass range for like, because this could run all the way till December, which is kind of crazy. Like it's pretty heavy in the 180s and 90s, but I would say that the only way that you could maybe look at that with extensions would maybe be off like these midpoints here, or like this closing point here. That's where you could get like 213, 214. A crazy scenario would be off like that 7-month or whatever it was, which, because this flipped on the 1st, if you measured off this bar here, which is probably where it's stalling, it's another way of looking at this. Do you see what I'm saying? Because that's off this open close. This midpoint here, do you see that? I'm on the mic.
Okay.
Who is that?
Me.
Zayana and Zena?
Zena.
I'm done at 2.
Okay.
Okay. You can come in if you want. Who was asking about PLTR? These would be the very, very crucial midpoints here. Like today and tomorrow, they're probably the points that you'd have to get back over that range, basically. So this one's a really cool case study on a mass expansion for like a 3rd, 4th bar on a wide time frame. And it's just a really cool way of like seeing how those come into play. Midpoints in time here sustained, no retest. So Booth, you're not off on that, but because they did sustain, but what did they end up doing there based on that? So they sustained and they didn't quite retrace. I could tell that they weren't going to though, based on them stalling 6-4 and then bringing it back down. What do they have to do? Thank you. What do they got to do? They basically delayed. Delayed till when? Yeah, they don't really have to do much more, but they technically tested during that, like, calculated time, so it still keeps it in play for duration. It's a durational session trade. So as long as they still sustain, they're still in play. What do they have to do at this point in time, though? Especially since the wider frames, like the 81 minute, is now in its 4th bar cycle. What does this have to do before these points here, you think? Let's start taking a look. Especially these ranges here, like this 88 minute. This is another good example, because now we're hitting like close to like, the 88 is now in its 4th cycle, okay? From 232 stall. What does this point have to do before 4? What is their pressure? This is a very good time frame, by the way. What does the market have to do before the close today? See ya, Booth. It doesn't necessarily have to expand, but it does have to do something here before close. And this is very similar to like what the 64 had to do, right? Before 216, which it did. Right? Especially this being the 4th bar. Yeah, she's not next to me. I don't know, she's upstairs, but they're on summer break. So remember how the 64 had to basically at least get a retest of highs here? Okay. But the 81 had to get that structural close. Do you remember this? Okay. And they did. That condition was met in time. What do they have to do before? Ideally here, but likely before 4. This is, I guess this would be the one case where you could get stuck till the close. Because like on some frames, like the 88 minute, they have until 4. And these points in the day are what would give us our odds of expanding. So you're not wrong on expansions. But technically these frames here give us those odds of staying stuck until end of day. What would you have to do here? So far, they're doing a pretty decent job of sustaining 5975 and 61. They're struggling to get back over 64. They got some progression here, I would say, off like 305.07, because at least they closed at 64 this time versus stalling 6375. What do you guys think? So our risk reward right now is pretty even on both sides. Okay, because this is basically the reward on upside that I'm thinking right now, and this is probably the risk on downside. Risk on downside is if they were to take this back to 5.7, 5.6, 5.5. It's probably a 12 to 13 point ratio, which usually happens when they start compressing range. Does that make sense? And you only expand if you break either end. So obviously if you broke beneath 13 points, you could trigger 17 points, which would take you to the bottom of the means, right? If you broke 17 points on this upside, you could get 7.4. That's an expansion. Hopefully that makes sense. I feel like that's the ranges we're working with now. Like 7.8 doesn't seem as likely. Neither does like 4.4, 4.8. So I feel like they're probably avoiding getting to like upper core or mid channel And so far right now, they're trading within a tight range between 6.357 and 6.3 or 6.469. Sorry, 6.457, 6.469. Does that make sense? With tightening occurring between 6.461 and 6.467. So if they're able to hold 6.1, that's how we might still have a slight odd of getting 70, 71, 72 core ranges today for end of session. As long as they sustain 5.9 and 6.1. Do you see that? Does that make sense, you guys? And the conditions would have to be that they sustain during this period, but also do what? Because now, unfortunately, we could be stuck until end of day, since they have until 4 to take out the high, which if they want to leave this till... Well, based on that time frame, it's 4 is the flip. So if they did that, it would occur at 3:59. But that makes sense too if they waited till past 4, because there's some odds, like this 64-minute runs till 4:24. Right, this 81 I think was 4:12 or something, or 4:57. There's something until 4:12. I don't remember what it was. Well, maybe it was these ones here. Yeah, these wider frames, like the 110, 112. These ones run till 4:12. So I wonder if that's a good point. If they're trying to keep these stuck or something. And then this is linked with the low of day, which runs till 4:08. So it's a good point with that. Like this doesn't flip till 4:08. So there are some odds after the close today too, like 4:08, 4:12, if they don't break. But based on these odds here, the condition is that they'd have to try breaking highs before 4. So if they want to avoid this from staying stuck till 3:50, 4 o'clock, there's pretty big importance between like 3:20. Why is my 3:20 not marked? 3:20, 3:27, 3:36. 64-minute flips at 3:20. '68 flips at 3:32. These were in alignment with that that 224 period from earlier, by the way, which was the stall back here. 2:21, 2:20 p.m. was in alignment with that 111. 61-minute was in alignment with 2:20. By the way, like this here. $33, another nice time frame, because this kind of shows you the flips here between like 221, 254. This runs till 327. This is nice too for 258 turnaround through 335. So you can see that there's some pressure here. I don't think it's like super, super high, but my thoughts would be is to avoid major risk for the last part of the session, they have to get back over at least 70 or 50% of this range, which is probably back over that 6.4 spot. Do you see this? Like this area here, 6.4 to 6.6. That's how I would read this frame. And a lot of these odds are 330, 32, 35, and it's just so that we don't have some major star reversals into the close. Does that make sense, you guys? Like, because like a lot of these frames here, like, which time frames was it? Like this. 168, I think. Could this not end up being a really nasty bear reversal after the bell, right? Or later on this afternoon? Do you see what I'm saying? Like these here, a lot of these could star reverse, like especially look at this 4 hour. So, and basically these could make like a 3-bar bear flag down or something. Does that make sense? And that's where they could keep us stuck, limit range. That's where you could get a bear flag down if they don't retrace at least 6.4, I would say, during this period. And that's probably the 50% of this bar. Right here. Do you see what I mean? So there is some pressure here. It's not like super high pressure, but I would say at least some to get back over 6.4, ideally 6.6. 6.6 I think would be the break over 75% of the range. Let me know if this makes sense, you guys. Like this is, it's still a very important period to mitigate risk. So we need to mitigate risk here. Okay, retrace 6.4, 6.6. Specifically around as early as 320. 320 was the first structure flip that we have here. So 6.4 being tested here is good. This is giving decent odds for this 320. Especially on like these turnaround periods here. Could this give us an odd of retesting highs before 4, like during imbalance prints? And that's what could keep us expanding between 3:32 to 4 p.m. and trigger core areas. Are core areas out of question now? 7.4, 7.8? What do you guys think? Based on them stalling here? What do you guys think? Give me some answers. I don't think so. Because if they do what they did last time, which was just slightly consolidate, sustain 5.7, and then break, they technically could still continue. So right now, they're instead of sustaining 5.7, 5.8, the condition was they have to sustain 5.9, 6.1, correct? Yes? Let's say off this 81 minute, sorry. Okay, they have to sustain, we said this 6.1 with odds of like 60-50. Okay, this is the 4th bar. This breaks at 3.6. Do you see how the condition would be the same? Do you see that? So how could that be a probability? It's the same sort of idea here, okay? Do you see this? So back in here, I wanted us to hold 5.7, 5.6, okay, clear. Close above 5.9, 6.1, correct? What do you have to do here? It's the same idea. What's the condition? Your previous overhead is now support, okay, between this 5.9, ideally 6.1, because we didn't take out highs. If we took out highs, I wouldn't care if they back tested 5.9. Because they didn't take out highs, we need to save as much range as possible. Does that make sense? Like, we could use this 1 point, right? We want to recycle this 1 point to what? This 1 point that they saved us, that we could afford risk down, we want this for what? We want this for upside, correct? Do you see what I'm saying? If we could save this for upside, that's better. We want to save that range as much as possible right now because we never tested 6-8. Correct? What do they have to do, you guys, in order for this to be an odd? So this time they're holding the line. This was the condition back here, is that they come back and retrace. What do they have to do right now? It's the same idea. As early as 220, which you could see 320. 319 closed above 64, 64.25. I would document that because that's ahead of that 320 flip. What do they have to do, you guys? You have to answer more quickly than this. You guys are taking way too long. What do they have to do to give this odds of maybe expanding this afternoon instead of staying stuck till 4? Because back in here, they could have kept this stuck literally till 216 if they wanted to, of even just retesting 6-1. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, if they would have kept this period here stuck till this period, they could have kept this beneath 6-1 until here, okay? Do you get what I mean? Which would have probably decreased our odds of even getting any core areas today. So I don't think those odds are completely off the table, but there is some pressure now though. Because there's only two things that could happen at this point now for end of day. There's only two scenarios. There's nothing else. There's just two scenarios. I don't see any other thing but two scenarios. Because basically if they want to wait till end of day, till literally 3:59, 4 o'clock, to take out the high and take it just a point higher, they'll take it to 6.977.1. That's it. You're done. Okay? If they want to actually expand this afternoon between 3:32, 3:36 till 4, there's a condition that has to be met. What's that condition? Look at these structures. Pay attention to the structures. Pay attention to what I'm saying. This is what they failed to do the last time, then they finally came back and did it. Do you not remember when they did this here? Where was it? You guys are making me forget at this point. Where was it that they... Oh, here. Right here. Do you remember what they did right here? Our calculated time at 4.7, 4.6. They failed to close above here, but they came back here. Boom. Took out the high. Do you see this? What point does this have to break right here? Ahead of 336. This is the period. I would say between 332 to 336. What do you have to do? Not quite. So this is similar to our calculated times at 4.546, which was that 2-minute delay or whatever it was from that period earlier. What do you have to do here to avoid staying stuck till 4 or end of day potentially? You don't necessarily have to break highs. What do you have to do? This was a better point in terms of breaking because it wasn't even 6.4, 6.6 yet. So like breaking 6.1 was pretty important here. But closing over 5.9 was ideal, right? That was the minimum condition. To keep it in play till 2.15, 2.16, 2.21, 2.32. What do you have to do right now? close trading view by accident. Oops. Hopefully that lets me reset that, because that would suck if it doesn't. If you guys are this slow at trading, like as you are answering a basic question, you have to answer this, guys. You have to answer this, especially before 3:36. What do you have to do? What's the condition? I just gave you the exact example of that condition we had here, which we looked at in real time. What's your condition right here? This is the only way that you can potentially avoid staying stuck till 4. And maybe get 70s today. What do you have to do? There's 70 of you guys. Pretty sure one person at least knows what you would have to do here. No, I don't want to test lows here. This is our offset. Katie, this basically, we had risk to 5975. We don't want to use that. We want to use that for upside to get 68. What do you have to do right here before 332, ideally before 336? Quickly. You need to close above minimum. I put the answer on here for you guys. You need at least above 6425, 6525. You want to break that structure. It's the same exact condition. You want to close above. That's it. You don't even have to retest highs, nothing. You just have to at least try getting back over these points here. That's it. Okay, you want this bar to stay green, especially since it's a 4th bar. That'll give you odds to expand between 336 till 4. Does that make sense? It's not a very tough condition. It's a pretty easy one to meet, especially during this period here. Could you retest highs by 335, 36? Yeah, you could. It's basically the reset that they had here at 4546. 46 was my calculated time, remember? Back here? Same thing. That's your condition. You have to close above. That'll give us a really good idea if they actually want to retest highs here and maybe give us core ranges. Got it? That's your condition. It's resetting what they couldn't do back here. Which is why they're probably going to hover around these price points here at this point in the day. That's extremely calculated that they would do this at this point. So, how many think that they'll retest highs as early as 335, 36? Let's do a quick poll. Since everyone here seems to think that the high was in. Quickly vote on that. I'm going to only set it to 1 minute because we don't have that much time. Because we had odds at 332. 332 was a multi-flip. So technically they could do this as early as 3132. I just put 36 in there because of those conditions. Aw, damn, you guys. It did delete the template because I accidentally closed trading view. Shoot, so all my flips are gone. Uh-oh. Oh, well, I think I remember most of them. It was 332, 36. That kind of sucks, though, because I want to go back and review this. I want to review why 4-5 was so calculated. I couldn't remember exactly off the top of my head. I feel like this is the 110, 111 bars. Yeah, it is. Oh, well. Okay. What time is it? 3-1. Okay, so what's the conditions that I said that you would have to do to retest highs? You don't necessarily have to take out highs or take this out to retest. What do you have to do? We need better structure this time. What's better structure? 5-2 is too low. That's too low. At this point in the day, we want above 5-9, 6-1. Sustaining above 6-1 gives us odds to take out 6-8. Does that make sense? We want this range on upside. We want to retrace and reset this shitty close. Where do you have to close? So we're already meeting these minimum conditions off those time frames, which is 6, 4, 2, 5, and 6, 5 by 3:30, 32. Okay. We have until 36, but I feel like if they can close above here by 3:32, like, do you get what I'm saying? Then this is keeping odds favorable for 3.5, 3.6. Do you guys agree? How much time is left in the stick? I think they're going to close above 6.525 here. From the looks of it at 3.2. Yep. But what's the condition that you'd have to meet to actually retest highs? That's not the condition to retest highs. That's just to keep it in play until 4. What's the condition to actually retest highs? That they failed to do back here. They were shy by 0.5. When we tested highs, the open on that range was 6.46625. The close was 6.46825. What do you have to do to give an odd of taking out highs? Does that make sense? That's when you'll get an all-time high break, and it'll happen fast. You don't even have to wait for them to take out 6, 7. You just have to wait for a close above, open above. That's it. Trust me. Do you guys trust me? $6.575 is too low. You need at least 6.625. If 6.575 was what you needed, then you would have broke right here. I already said it when we were trading live. This was too low. I said it before we even triggered 321, 320, which was our highest odd, right? So what do you need to do? Especially by 335, 36. And if we look at this, based on the 81 minute, maybe there's some delays based off these bars here around like 340, 41. That could help us get that continuation in volatility. So let's see, 6.525 is good. 335, this would be the stick. If they're going to close above, they would be setting, the minimum condition is 6.525 before 36. I get that. But ideally, by the 3.6 stick, what do you want to do to give some odds here? Usually on the 30-second interval, we'd have a pretty good idea. Yeah, or at least try triggering or retesting that. So what was that time frame, the 81 minute? We don't want this to close red. Okay, so this needs to close above 6.425. That's why it's kind of battling between here right now. Based on these points in the day, it seemed like there was some odds at 3.8 and 4.40, which is probably that same 2-minute delay that we've been having. Yes, but this is the earliest that they can retest 6.6. 64.66 being retested here at 3:36 p.m. We want to try resetting these conditions here. 6.625 being tested. That's perfect timing and perfect price. We have some 81-minute intervals are around 3:38, 3:40, which is in theme with that 2-minute delay today. All they have to do is try to close above here to break above. See what they do. You guys didn't trust me. See if they can get a close above 6.625. That's what's needed to get a break of all-time highs. We need a close above, open above. 336 closing at exactly 6.46625. Can someone document this, please? Brendan, can you put this in the chat just so when I go back and study tonight, I can... This is a very important price and time. Thanks, Katie. 3637 opening at that 646625. This is giving us good odds. What do we want to trigger here? This is the first open above 6625. What do we want to trigger? Don't get this wrong. What's the minimum that you want to trigger? You don't have to trigger highs. You need to trigger at least 6775. 64, 67, 75 being tested on the very first opening stick above 6625. The delayed odds were 338, so I would say between 338 and 340 has the best odds to take out highs. When they take out highs, they'll probably take it to 6925. That seemed to be a calculated spot here. Did they close above 6775? They did. Do you see that? You guys, that's insane. That's genius. That is genius. 6625 exact takes it to 6775. That's crazy. That's exact math. Okay, so, and we had better odds around 38 and 40. I think 40 was the highest odds. So if they delay this here by a minute, then it's probably fine. Because I think that was the 81-minute interval right here. So, and then from the 1615, it's, oh, sorry, I was a little bit delayed on that. Oh, we still have time then. This could get a little bit tricky here though. So 340, 41. Oh yeah, see, like off of these, you see how these had odds? These are off 216, you guys. This is calculated off 216. That's 81 minutes from 216. Isn't that crazy? That 337 was exactly 81 minutes from 3:16 p.m. That's nuts. But the times that they actually broke, which was 19, 20, 21, that's closer to 340, 41, 42. Okay, so is there high pressure though at this point in time, you think, to retest highs? It's okay, Brendan, don't worry. Yeah, I would say pressure gets super high here. Okay, so let's see. These were active. Oh, these are all still active. Okay. So where did they test? 6775. That's pretty crazy. 6775, guys, is exact range from open. So is 6775 enough to be considered a max range for today's session? Yes. Okay, so we have to be extremely cautious here because that's a huge spot. Really big time of day. You can see when volatility happened here. You're seeing the same sort of volatility happen again right here because these are calculated times of day. And all this reduction in range is likely where they could have taken this to had they cleared 6775 would be my guess. 3.25 points. They're probably linked back with that 7-1 spot again. So see if they can try to negate off this 4-1, 4-2 stick. This is durational till 4 though, so I mean, technically, actually, I'm not going to give you guys the answer. Did we meet our conditions to keep this in play till 4? We did. Even though we didn't take out all-time highs, we technically don't have to. We just have to take out these structural breaks, right? So this could still keep this in play till 4. Obviously, this could get a little bit volatile here, especially since these are technically max ranges. We'll see how much they'll sustain. I would say to keep this in play, they probably need at least over that 6525. Ideally that 66. Did this help you guys at least this afternoon? In terms of just like, I want you to fully feel like you have a good grasp on the ranges and how they could trade things. This was really calculated for time and price. This right here. But volatility increases, I would say, after this period here. Let me just mark this in red, because then you start getting close to, this is where they can now they start opening up the range a bit, where they could take it all the way back to 5.7 to 6.8. This could be volatile back and forth now within this range here. Especially because they stalled that exact spot. And we said that there's a lot of confluence around 7.1, 2, 3, 4 today. Which all of these reductions keep heading back there. Oh yeah, the channel at this point we want to completely avoid. We're trying to sustain the means at this point, which would be 5.2, 5.5, 5.7, ideally 5.7, or even the 5.9, because like they held this now. So if they wanted to push this back, I feel like pushing back to 5.9 would still be okay, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And all of this range that they're basically reducing is... You should have covered at least something at that 6.775 though, especially since that's a huge spot, okay? Like that's a huge area. If they want that to be the max for the session, they'll definitely do that. If you have... Like, I have tomorrow's expiration, so, I mean, I could probably still hold into the close. And it seems like there's still... You see how this would have been to that 7.350 spot had they cleared? So we know that our math is definitely accurate. We'll watch for... I feel like the last 10 minutes, honestly, is just mostly monitoring to see where they close. So we'll watch for 8.50. The generic flips 5.4, 5.5. There was odds after the bell too for 4.08, 4.12. So before 4.15 close for SPY. Yeah, well, I mean, it was a very calculated break, right? Like, so we opened today at the real-time session today was, we opened at here. That's exactly 44 points, right? We hit a 44-point metric. I told you guys this morning that we're probably ranging with those 44 to 45.5 points, right? So if they would have broke 45.5 points, which is what they were tracking, that's how they could have taken out highs. Do you see that? Like all-time highs. And they still did take out and close above. Because think about it. They didn't just take it to 6.775. What did they do here? This is very important. This is a really important detail, by the way. What did they do here? What did they do when they took it there? And right now, they're trying to hold 6.1. So this could be... There's only two things that they could do here, really. If they hold above 6.1 in this range here, that could be another point. Do you see what I'm saying? This would be the 45.5. So if they hold higher here, then I think they could still have odds of getting that break, but technically we could still afford risk back to 5.975. What do you guys think? What did they do? They closed there. Yeah, they actually closed above. So they tested that 44-point ratio, and they actually closed above that 44-point ratio. From today's lows, I think they just stalled 60-something points, 60 points. And I think that 64, 65-point ratio is 66 points, sorry, is that 7.4, 7.3 area. Yeah, it is. Do you see what I'm saying? So, and that those are the ranges that were reduced. So I could see why they probably reduced this. 6 points. 6 points from here is 7.4. 6 points from all-time highs of 60 is exactly 7.450. Do you see that? Isn't that cool? Which is also probably the 88 points or something from the weekly lows. We're pretty close. Yeah, it is. So 7374 area is a pretty huge overhead if they were to, let's say, take out these highs. So far, they're doing a pretty good job of sustaining the 6.1 area. What do you guys think the 348, 350 conditions would have to be to even give an odd of taking out all-time highs today in real time? And not waiting till after the bell. Quick. You only have a minute. What do they have to do? This is a battle here between 5961 and 6466. What do they have to do here, you think, before 350? Or I guess by 350. Nice. Good job, by the way, today, Snack. You did really good today. Come on, you guys. Yalla, hurry. Like, you guys are way too slow answering questions. We have to break back over that 64.25, 65.25 area, probably by, like, I would say ideally the 4.9 mark, but we probably have till 350, okay? Probably need at least over 64.25 at 349 to at least give us an odd of avoiding some of that volatility risk. They probably saved some of this just in case they failed at 350, okay, to get back to that 5.9, exactly this. And that's off the 6.4 stall right here, okay? But they did test above 6.4, so this could still keep that odd in favor. We're basically battling between here and here right now, okay? So I think because they tested 6.4 at 4.9, that was good. What do you need us at 350, guys? Quickly. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Where do you have to close here? They did a really good job of holding the line here. Where do they have to close? 15 seconds to go. This is durational till close. We have odds until session closes today. Where do they have to close this? 6.550 is too low. How do you guys go backwards? No. 6.625 minimum. Ideally, a little bit higher. If they can close a little bit higher, that could give us that little offset. Do you see what I'm saying? Where did they test here? They tested 6.7. 64, 66, 75 open here. That could help give us that break of 6.8. 6.775 being tested. 6.8 tested. See if they can get some closing sticks above 6.775 to put this odd back in play. This is what kept us durational till close today. This is where you can get really good end of day SPX trades off 349, 350. I was trying to give you guys some pointers here, but no one was really listening. Because if they keep this in play for duration till 4, what time of day would we hit high of day? Don't get this wrong. If this is durational till 4 o'clock, what time would we hit high of day? We still have odds for 7.4 today. All-time high break here. 6775 close. There could be volatility based on them stalling 6925 though. 6925 is calculated. I do think that they have to clear that to avoid some continued volatility. So just be mindful of that. 6925 is calculated. What do they have to do? What time could they hit high of day? You guys, I haven't used the washroom in like 4 hours, so answer the questions. Have to hit high of day, or could they hit high of day? Yeah, right at 359, right? Nope, that's wrong. If this is durational till 4, especially because they met conditions at 336.37, they could hit real-time highs right at 359. They have odds to continue after 4, okay, between 408, 412, so on. But for real-time, that's why I was saying this is durational till close, because real-time highs might not trigger till exactly 359. Does that make sense now from what I was talking about earlier? Especially if those conditions are met during this point in time. Not that it can't get volatile. I'm still a little bit concerned that they didn't trigger 6925 just because that's a really big price point here. And this is probably that 2.5 volatility here and here that they're now implying. Well, we're going to see what they do off our 5.4, 5.5 turnarounds, right? These are usually pretty big points in the day so I would say that there's definitely going to be pressure to close above at these points here, 5.4, 5.5, to keep that in play till 3:59, 4 o'clock. Max range for the session for real time. What do you guys think? I should have asked you guys this earlier. How many think it's going to stall 6.9? How many think you'll get that break of like 7.1, 7.2? How many think they'll trigger closer to 7.3, 7.4? How many think that they could actually trigger 6.4, 7.6, 6.4, 7.8? Max range I had was 8.1 for the whole session, but like, I don't think that they'll do that in real time today. Okay. Let's get some votes on that, guys, before 3:55. 6.675 being closed at 5.4. I feel like they stalled 6.825. This could definitely increase volatility, especially if 5.5 doesn't retrace. 5.5, 5.6, 5.4 usually give your end of day ranges. Let's get some votes on this. This is actually really, this is a really good practice because they took out highs, but not quite high enough. Okay, they're sustaining, but just a little bit higher. They're not breaking. They have like a minute or two to make up for it before the close. So 7.3, 7.4 had the most confluence. There were some odds around 7.1, 7.2. Okay, this would be my thoughts. If they can't retrace at 5.5 right now, at least back over that 6.775. Okay, area, then odds are pretty low that they'll take out highs. If they can tag 6.775 and break at 6.56, I think they could probably get 7.1, 7.2. If they stall here at 5.6, then the high day's probably in. Okay, I would think that they would have needed to clear and break here. But sometimes if the range is limited, does that make sense? They could also compress and delay. So as long as they keep this above 6.625, I would say, over these next 2 to 3 minutes, they still have some odds of retesting 6.9. Do you guys agree? Let me just delete these so you can see that. So they still tested 6.825, 6.775. There's definitely some pressure on this 5.6 stick in terms of holding 6.625 and trying to close above that 6.675. You can see the tight box range now. Sometimes they do this too, guys, if they, like sometimes, like on a session like this, you know how usually 354 to 355 have odds for upside or range. This is a good example of a session where they might limit range at those key times of day to keep it pinnable for 3:59, 4 o'clock. Does that make sense? And that's usually if they know that they only have so much range left to work with and they can't break it above a certain point. Because if they would have broke 6.9, 7.1, 7.2 at 3:54, 55, then it gives them really good odds to expand at 3:59. Does that make sense? To like 64, I don't know, 78, 81. Let me know if that makes sense. So sometimes they limit those times of day if it's a durational till 4 trade and you only have so much range left to work with. Usually it's if it's under 6 points left in range, which is, I'm assuming what we're working with here is like 6 points in range till close. So I had odds of us hitting high of day right at 3:59. Maybe that's why they didn't take out 6.925 ahead of 3:59. I voted for 7.4, by the way. I could be wrong, but I don't know. I feel like they limited this a little bit. 7.1, 7.2 had some good odds too. Maybe they take out 7.3, 7.4 though at like 4 o'clock instead, but what time is it? There it is. 6.925 break here at 5.8. This is giving good odds for 7.1 to 7.3 test here at 3:59. If they want to just close at these points here, they can. And maybe continue after the bell. That seems like an odd if they don't close above 6.8, 6.9, which is what they're doing. Let's see here. Let's see. How much time is left in this? They flipped that right on the 32nd. Let's see. I feel like this is probably more likely based on the range that they brought it down to. And maybe more range for after 4, but I feel like 70.71 seems like the spot. 70 triggered. 70 triggered here. I feel like 4 is probably the stick break. And they might just want to pin this back at like 6.7, 6.8. Yep, high of day occurring at real time right at 3:59. Right at the 70 spot. That seemed like a pretty probable spot that they would take these two, especially since this area is very calculated for the session. 7.4 could still be in play for the full session today since there's odds after the bell. This is another reason why I figured maybe doing tomorrow's expiration makes the most sense. Nonetheless, really, really, really good session, guys. Make sure you guys study this. They did reduce range a tiny, tiny bit, it seemed like, for real time by like 3 points. They still tagged that 70 spot, though. 70 was still very calculated from today's lows and opening range. I do believe that this was 68 points in range, I think, off today's real-time lows. Or maybe 66, I don't remember exactly. Off the session lows. Oh, that was 7.6. Oh, this is the 45.5 point ratio. And then off last week's closing points, I think this was 44 points. Yeah, it is. Do you guys want to document that? This was 44 points off last week's close, guys, where they stalled here. So it's not a bad spot to stall at 70, but obviously 7.3, 7.4 would have been a little bit better. But based on the ranges that they stalled, it made sense that they wouldn't give us 7.1, 7.2. Session, we could still get that. There's some odds. I do have to sign off, but there's definitely odds around 408, 412. And this could also be durational till end of session closes today. High of day hit right at 3:59, so I was 1,000% accurate on that. That's the main reason why I decided to hold until close, because these conditions were met at 3.6, 3.7. Had they not met this condition here, then I would have probably covered. But I did do tomorrow. This was the reduction in range. which is why I figured that they probably won't give us 7-4 this afternoon. Okay, do you see that? I didn't think that they would do that. They had some odds of like 7-4, 7-8, but they weren't very high. That would have only happened if 354.55 expanded. Does that make sense? Oh, I won't be around tomorrow afternoon either. By the way, unfortunately, I have something very important to do tomorrow afternoon at like 1:30, 2 o'clock. So I'll probably be here for the morning session, but I won't be here for the last hour of the day, unfortunately. So, and it sucks because it's the 13th flip, but I have something that I have to do tomorrow. But have a good day off, Brendan, or work day, whatever it is that you're doing. Nice seeing you too, Ryan. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. I'm probably going to just hold half into tomorrow from the contracts that I rolled off the channel from down here. And I'll probably cover the rest in the next few minutes here. I will see you guys tomorrow.